Hello, welcome. I'm Imogen, but y'all know that. Hi, Nikki, and hi, Elias. Welcome in. Um, just finished a poem, and I'm so desperate to share it. So desperate that you're showing up at the very start of stream. Somehow escalated into being relatively long. I mean, that's okay, right? Relatively long is something that happens. But anyway, hello, welcome. It's still me. It's still Imogen, same person, same as ever. Nothing ever changes. The only thing that's changed since last stream is um, basically all conditions are roughly identical except the fact that my scalp is sunburned, which has got to be one of the more unpleasant sensations that I've experienced in some time. Because I went on another hike yesterday. So I went on a hike on Friday, and then I went on a hike on Sunday. And the Sunday hike, it was like 7 hours long or something. Um, that's 6 hours. That was seven. Yeah, like 7 hours long. Um, and I did not wear a hat because I'm like, well, I don't need to wear a hat. I don't want to wear a hat. My hair doesn't look good in hats. Obviously, I did not think about the fact that the sun could get, to this part, what that little seam, the seam where I'm stitched together at the top of my head. Um, and so I have sunburn all along here, and if I push on it, it hurts. And it's not like the worst, right? Obviously, like the hair has done a decent job of that not being super bad. But I think any sunburn on the scalp uh, is not a great thing. And I imagine in the next few days it'll like peel and it'll get all like dandruffy and gross. So I'm really stoked about that, and that just makes me have an immense amount of will to an immense amount of you know will to live. um, yeah, what a horrible way to learn your hair part is susceptible to UV rays. Yeah, and I mean I know like that sun can damage hair, but I had never thought that the sun might burn my scalp. Now, of course, it makes sense that like bald people, right, would want to sunscreen the top of their head, and I'm not gonna sunscreen this, and I guess that makes sense why people all often wear hats when they're hiking. That's never happened to me before, though. Maybe it's just the sun was like really straight above, and I don't know. Unpleasant, unpleasant. Welcome in the classics or Ace. Lovely, lovely to have you. A number of people in chat to ease my suffering or something. um, yeah, I don't know. That's the big major update is a burnt scalp. Uh, Other than that, it's just been like music and stuff. And I was writing some music this morning. I'm working on a little ambient piece that uses harp, not a real harp, a digital harp being controlled through a small keyboard. Um, but it's coming along quite well. I'm enjoying it. It certainly has room to improve, but that just takes time. Writing music's hard. I really love it though, and I'm having a lot of fun. Didn't write anything based on my multiple hikes this past weekend. I actually had a sort of epiphany on the hike, before the hike. Maybe it was the day between the hikes. It was definitely between the hikes. I had an epiphany about writing and the way that I write. And I think it's a very useful thing. At least it's proven very useful for me to think about how I write, right? And how, uh, what that process looks like within my own head, and how thoughts turn into words and which thoughts turn into words, because everyone has their different ways of writing and the different things they write about. And I think I came to this decent sort of understanding, or another piece of understanding about my own artistic process, which is that use um, art as a way to, we'll say, capture the experiences that I am having in the world, right? So if I'm like sitting and looking at nature, I find it very difficult to like write a poem that, let's say, sort of communicates what I'm feeling in that moment. It's not a very immediate thing very often, unless they're short. I can do that with like haiku or very very brief little works, like 5 line things. After which I get stuck. But then, usually when I write, it sort of becomes this way to like re-experience, and the act of writing takes something that I have experienced before, and I get to relive it through a different medium, if that makes sense. Uh, and maybe that's just how I've been writing lately, but it's very helpful, I think, to like understand the mechanics behind our own art. Yeah. um, when I ran track in high school, I once forgot to put sunscreen on my earlobes and ended up with actual blisters. So I know, yeah, it's the sun is a crazy a crazy thing that it just tries to kill us and stuff. I mean, a sunburn won't kill you. Maybe down the line with the skin cancer. Um, but yeah, sunburns are not fun. You're spending the day shut in your room with a fan blasting on full power, so you won't get sunburned, which is nice. Um, I also have the AC on. Uh, I wouldn't describe it as blasting, but it is blowing. Uh, and I'm perfectly content to stay inside all day today because I went outside 3 consecutive days over the weekend. I did, in fact, go outside after the last stream. I was talking about craving the outdoors and wanting to go outside. And I did, in fact, do that, which is nice. Hi, Ray. Hi, Mitari. So that's all very nice. Last night, I also, after I hiked, I was very tired after I hiked, so I basically did nothing, right? And I I watched the enhanced games, which occurred yesterday. They were streaming online, and this was a sporting event that was being hosted in Las Vegas. That was a bunch of athletes who were all allowed to use like performance enhancing drugs. Uh, and it was really this like underwhelming, shitty little event that they were making out to be something as wonderful and incredible as the Olympics, and it was really just sort of like underwhelming and boring and bland. And I think uh, problematic for other reasons because the whole thing was like sponsored by Rumble, which is like the alt right Twitch, and then like it, the whole thing, like the enhanced games, it was this company called Enhanced that like makes supplements. So they're trying to sell people supplements basically. Um, yeah, it really sucked basically. Fun fact: unless you have UV blocking on your windows/window covers, the sun can still kill you. I have blackout curtains, so the sun not killing me in here, and I have blackout curtains basically because of streaming and because I think they keep the heat out pretty well, because it's hot here and it starts to get warm, as if you have a curtain open basically. Um, I wish I had like the shutters that kind of the slats that could like close. I think those are much more aesthetically pleasing. I really like those. Hi Ishmael. Yeah, lots of people today. And we will certainly be reading something, some kind of writing, poetry, whatever. It's 92 Fahrenheit outdoors here. What is the weather for me? It's 31 Celsius with a wind advisory. Um, 31 Celsius, so that's like 90, right? Um, yeah. Basically 90 degrees, yeah. So, yeah, sucks. I like the warm weather. I like the heat. It's really nice. and I like getting crispy in the sun. Not my skin. I like sweating and being hot, but I don't like burning. So the burning sensation on my scalp. For those who are just coming in, my scalp is sunburnt. So that's the big sort of point of suffering on today's stream that's occurring, uh, and I need all of the consolation, the salve that is the words of the people in my chat. Uh, Hi, Furry Combat Wombat. Still a great name. Hasn't changed from Saturday. Maybe it's better today. I'm not sure. 24C, where the classics are ace, is at. That's warm too. That is definitely still warm. Sunburnt scalp is some nice alliteration. Yeah, yeah. Beside the SS, you also have this sort of like almost the P and the B are doing something nice. Sunburnt scalp, right? You're getting these plosives. Um, the plosive being the linguistic word for a sound made with the lips, ba and pa. Um, since I'm a linguistics nerd, casually. But I think plosives work really nicely together in poetry generally when we use them, and a B and a P almost alliterate as much as like a B and a B do. This is something really useful to consider in poetry, actually, uh, when you can look at it through like the lens of phonetics and linguistics. That certain sounds are made in the same part of the mouth, and this is a really great guide of like what feels close to each other, right? Sa and za is just a voiced and unvoiced what alveolar fricative. Sa and za, and then you have like ja, which pulls you back a little bit, but a ja and a za really close to each other, right? And then sha sa za ja, so like all of these sounds alliterate together, and it can really like extend your sort of alliterative toolbox when you realize that in the same way that we can have near rhyme, right, or slant rhyme, where we can rhyme, I don't know, rhyme with uh, right, let's say. That's a slant rhyme. Rhyme and right, they're close. They also alliterate. We can also have slant alliteration. So we can have tuz and da, ta da ta ta ta. I mean, you can feel they're very close. They're very similar, and our pa and our ba. Peanut butter, right? It's such a lovely PB&J. What a great mouthfeel for for that, right? Um, Recreational linguistics is underrated. Fun fact: recognize is quite literally recognize. Yeah, isn't that crazy, right? Um, and that's another side of linguistics, right? Is etymology, and etymology is words, the roots that words come from, and like the way they combine with prefixes and suffixes, and Greek and Latin and French origination, right? Um, and etymology, I love that too. We've definitely looked up the etymologies of things on stream before. Um, and yeah, recognize, right? Recognize, um, and such things. Yeah. Like Zizek, you say, Ray. I know Zizek. I don't know actually very much at all about Zizek. Um, I know that he's a guy on the internet. He's a philosopher and he writes books and he's a linguist. Maybe he's a linguist. Isn't there another guy who's like a big time linguist? What's the other big time linguist? Popularly, um, I don't remember his name. Oh well. Joshua Saziz Shazah. Yeah, you did them all. Good job, Ishmael. Ishmael. Josh. Noam Chomsky, thank you. Yeah. Um, Noam Chomsky. Great names. Slav, Zizek. Slav, what's his first name? Chomsky's the Epstein guy? No way Chomsky's in... Is Chomsky in the Epstein list? It's fucked up if that's the case. That would be a big sad. Slavosh, thank you. Slavoj Žižek and Noam Chomsky. Great names, right? Um, wonderful, wonderful. I remember when you looked up my favorite word. What's your favorite word, Nikki? Do other people in chat have favorite words? This is a controversial thing, right? To have a favorite, one above the rest of so many beautiful, lovely words. Defenestrate. We did look that up. Um, there's a Magic the Gathering card called Defenestrate. Chirimoya is your favorite, which is a word that I don't know. I don't. Is that a? I don't even. It's probably a. Oh, it's a. Wait. I look it up and I see that it's a plant, but then it's spelled differently. That's Chirimoya. But maybe you spell. Oh, also spelled Chirimoya, is a subtropical fruit tree. That makes sense. It grows in Chile. Called Chirimuya by the Quechua people. Chirimuya, interesting. Edible fruit-bearing plant. What does it taste like? What does a chirimoya taste like, Ray? I imagine if it's your favorite word and it's a plant, you've probably eaten it. Super tasty. Love chirimoya. Alegre. Ice cream. Ooh, I like ice cream. I like ice cream of most of many kinds. Lackadaisical. Also a lovely word. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Iconic in its own way, right? And a very fun word. It is extremely whimsical, right? I'd say my favorite word is probably esoteric or maybe vernacular. I love the word vernacular, and I like esoteric, like the notion of esotericism and like all the stuff around it. I think it's neat. I don't maybe fancy the word above other words as a word. Um, what are my favorite? I feel like I don't. I'm not sure I'm that person. I'll have favorite words sometimes. Like I'll be like, "Ooh, that word's really nice," and I'll like it for the next few days. I have words that really like sit in my head. I mentioned this last stream. I keep saying notion, and maybe notion is my favorite word right now from like a use perspective. That I'm like overusing this word. Um, but I like that one. Notion. Uh, I do like that ocean sound, not just in ocean, but ocean, notion, potion, locomotion. Uh, 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 what else is there? Ocean, motion, almost quotient. Quotient. What a pretty word. Favorite slash least favorite idiom. Uh, Idiom. That's a good question as well. Lotion. Thanks. Yeah. Lotion. I should have. I feel like my scalp needs some kind of lotion because it's burning. Um, I'll get to the idiom question in a second. Dialogical. Dialogical is a super fun. That's a neat word. Um, I don't have a favorite word, but my least favorite word is diction. Mmm. When I used to say I need diction in this paragraph, because you're just fancily saying you used words. I used addiction. Yeah. Um, diction. I mean, I like that diction, ksha, right? Um, I definitely like those consonant clusters, and English suffers deeply by not having like complex like five consonant clusters. I think that's a really sad thing. I know there are like Eastern European languages that'll like jam five consonants together. I think that's really dope, right? There'll be like an SHKT shkta or something, um, and that's something English just doesn't get. So when we have crunchy things like diction, it's a very crunchy word, right? And I think diction is a really fun word because if you say it poorly, if you say it with bad diction, I feel like it's like a word that you really need to diction, right? And then like if like it's crunchy, right? um, uh, yeah, chirimoya has a creamy texture, tastes somewhat between uh, that and this is reminiscent of a mixture of banana, pineapple, maybe mango. Oh, it's like a tropical medley. Um, Funnily enough, I used the word diction in a poem I sent in the submission. Interesting. Addiction to diction in my fiction. Yeah, addiction to diction in my fiction. Friction. The friction of addiction. Uh, something fiction diction. Uh, Iction. Strengths. Also one that needs diction. Also, I believe that's the longest single syllable word in English, right? Um, I guess you do have the consonant cluster of the unths, right? Which is why we get that longest single syllable word in terms of number of letters. Strengths. Yeah, that's pretty good, right? Only has one vowel. So mustn't have. Yeah. Um, mustn't have. Mustn't have. It's not like a word we use though, right? I mean, we use it ironically. Okay, so my favorite and least favorite idiom. I have an idiom, and I don't know if it's like a. It's not a very commonly used idiom, and I think I heard it from someone else. I might have come to it on my own, but I really like to say that like life is too short to be in a hurry, um, and it's not like extremely like commonly used, but that's like a an idiom. Oh, but idioms are more like that's more of a like an adage or a proverb maybe. An idiom is also just like a yeah. Idioms are different. Um, it's not quite. What's the difference between an idiom and an adage and a proverb and in all of those? Those things are they exist in a very similar um, space. Ah, water under the bridge. So an idiom is a group of words established. Yeah, so yeah, different than a saying, right? Um, raining cats and dogs, see the light. I see. Um, hmm. I don't know. Maybe I need to like. Wow, there's an idiom dictionary online. Guys, check this out. I'm gonna like pull this back. Also have three ways your dogs ask for help being advertised at us. This is called the idioms, largest idioms dictionary. Idiom of the day is until the cows come home, which I've never heard. Choke up, basket case. Okay, that's an idiom. Basket case is lovely. When pigs fly. That's crazy. A to Z index of idioms. That's actually like pretty impressive that this exists, right? Alarums and excursions. Alarums is a great word. I hate all these ads and stuff. Anyway, I feel like these things don't stick with me. Like I have favorite things for a little bit, and then they stop being my favorite when I forget about them. You know, um, so it's really hard for me to like recall. I'm bad at memory and recollection, so I don't hold on to preferences very quickly, um, which is troubling. My father's a high school teacher, and his kids in his rhetoric analysis tend to say stuff like, "In this paragraph uses diction too." Ah, this paragraph uses, and it's not as effective as saying this paragraph uses imagery, metaphors, etc. So that's part of why the word annoys me. Gotcha. It's cool that he's a high school teacher. Those we need more of those. I think, um, probably. Does diction just mean wording? Uh, Diction is the words you choose and how to use them. Yeah, and then diction is also a speaking thing as well. If you speak with like good diction, right? Am I thinking of a different word? Isn't that also like pronunciation? Like in a theater setting, people would say you need more diction here to like. Oh, that's enunciation. That's different than diction. I don't think those can be used interchangeably. I'm proving myself to be quite fluent with words this morning. Um, oh no, diction is also the style of enunciation, so I'm not wrong. That's like articulate. Yeah, I think those. Okay, diction, articulation, enunciation are all synonyms, but then diction is also word choice within writing. So it's two different things. The beauty of language, right? That things mean multiple things, and multiple things mean the same thing. Uh, really great for us as poets, right? It would really suck to have like some sort of perfectly efficient language where, you know, like everything had its thing. Um, because I just don't think like humans don't do that, right? People have tried to like create those things. I think minimalist languages are really cool. Um, I want to learn Toki Pona. I think it'd be fun to write poetry in Toki Pona. Um, we're going one more level toward. Oh look, I'm a linguistics nerd. Ever heard it? Yep. um, yeah, I think that would be very cool. Um, there's a short story by Ursula K. Le Guin in her um, in her short story collection called Changing Planes, where she describes a language. It's basically a bunch of short stories that are like really creative little world building vignettes. And she describes this language that is, or like this, there's this little sort of people in this sci-fi setting who speak a language that every word is context dependent, so that as you speak a sentence, the definitions of the words you've already spoken change meaning. And that was a pretty mind-boggling notion when I read that short story. So that's cool. Um, yeah, emphasis is all about the emphasis. It is. The emphasis. 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 Yeah. Let's read some poetry or some writing. Poetry. 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 Some poiesis. Who has things submitted? There's so many of you here. I think a number of you have things submitted. I think Maitari does. I think Ishmael does. I think Ray does. I think Nikki does. I think I don't think Elias does. Although you mentioned wanting to share something, but I was quite a queue. Queue. Misona Lily et Toki Pona Taso Tenpo Sula Lami. So can you speak Toki Pona, Ishmael? Because I think that's Toki Pona. If I learn it, can we talk in Toki Pona? That'd be crazy. You submitted another one, Ace? Okay, cool. That one's probably pretty recent, right? You're actually not that recent. Wait, no, you are. Wait, who are you? uh, 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 yeah, I guess you've been in there. You have Good Morning Sunshine, which has been in there for a bit. But Nikki has like Spring Thaw, and then Ishmael has. Ray just has a million things. Maitari has. What do you have? Do you have something? Oh, we read The Wall. We read Tear Down the Wall. But you also have Noise. I have something, but I've not yet shared. I could do it in a hot second. Yeah, I mean, if you submit it, we probably won't still read it today. You have your Villanelle, Nikki. Um, yeah. Uh, okay. About a week ago, Ace. Okay. Um. Oh, right. The last thing we read from you was Perception Perspective. Yeah, that makes sense. We should probably go to um we'll probably wait on something by Ray, which means we would either do Nikki or we'd do Maytari's old one. Or so we did Ishmael's Rue Seeds. So then Ishmael, I think you have one more recent, or you just don't. Oh yeah, you have one morning. That one's pretty recent. That's 2 days ago. Okay. Oh, hi Reclusi. Welcome. Spring Thaw is the Villanelle, or it's a Villanelle, because you've been writing a number of those. And then you have your short story, which is much more recent. And then you have your... Okay. Maytari, should I read Noise? Would you be willing for me to read Noise? That one's really old. We haven't read that, right? Guessing all the matters of the world are baselessly upsetting, but what does it mean to be perfectly defending sending text upon text upon text? Ooh, sound. We've already been talking about sound and words today. Unless you're no longer here. Oh, you said you might start working on your graphic novel outline again? That's cool. Graphic novels are sick. Sure, but I don't have much guidance toward that one. I mean, that's okay, right? Um, I feel like most people send me stuff and then they don't have much to say or many questions. But if you don't want me to read it, I can also just not read it. I think just generally like the questions kind of thing. Villanos are so hard for me. I had to write ones in high school. Let's say I had to stretch on a number of the tercets. Villanelles, yeah, I mean, apparently Nikki is great at writing villanelles and just takes to it very naturally. Um, I struggle with verse and any sort um, of those sort of like structured things always, and Villanelle like forcing me to come up like so Villanelle, right? Villanelle, you need to have a good line, right? And if you can't write a good line, like I can't write a good line, you can't write a good Villanelle, because you need to have a line that keeps hitting like over and over again, um, and you need to be like really great on that line level, um, and I feel like I'm like an overarching, I'm like a vibes person, not so much like a line person, but I am getting better at lines. Pontoons too. But my one pontoon seemed to be effective. Pontoons are a really cool form. Uh, they, I love like, I love the pontoon. Just sort of like has like a very almost like mathematical structure in its symmetry. Um, like if y'all are not familiar with the poetic form of a pontoon, definitely look it up. It's cool. It does this cool like a I don't know, it's like A B C A B and you're like repeating lines and then you're like B D uh it's like this really cool like nested like repetition thing, and it's symmetrical, or it's not, it's like symmetrical, kind of hard to explain because I don't know the exact form of it off the top of my head because I've only ever written one pontoon in a writing workshop. Um, but they are cool. What is today's the 25th. We're almost done with May. Almost done with May. Pontoon, second and fourth lines become the first and third lines of the next stanza until the loop closes. There you go. um, Do Not Go Gentle into That Good Night is a meme to me. That poem is so good, Ishmael. I love Do Not Go Gentle. I have it on my wall. Um, that being said, you're allowed to think it's a meme. You know, I I just don't agree. um, I do enjoy that poem a lot, and I like Dylan Thomas in general. Um, yeah. Posted for future read. Awesome, Elias. What a lovely thing to do. Oh, you like it. You like it, but it's a meme. Fair enough. I guess we memes are things that we like generally as people. Mad Girl's Love Song is one of your top three. I really enjoyed reading that poem when you sent it. It was a very fun one to analyze. Let's see. I wonder how long ago that was. Um, hey, look, it's Mitari. Probably before this. I don't know. When did we read Mad Girl's Voyage? I think it was before that. No idea. Hey, look, there's Elias's old poem. That one was so good too. Why are y'all like great writers? What's with that? Mad Girl's Love Song. Banger. Really enjoyed that. Don't know why I had to go like find it because I'm just going to go back to here, but whatever. Whatever. Okay. Um we're reading, what was this called? Noise? I think this was called Noise. 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 Perhaps it's a self-selection bias. The bad writers don't find the stream. I don't think there are bad writers. And so I'm sort of like baffled by something that I am entirely unsurprised by, right? Because I think there are good things to find within all writing, and I am definitely not one to label any writers as such. Um, but at least like mostly like hateful writers haven't found this stream. Maybe those are the bad writers, the ones who like write work that is hateful. Um, I don't like that. So we don't have those though. So otherwise we're good. Maytari, you said you don't really have any questions, any thoughts, guidance, etc., directions about this poem. That's okay. And if any do come up, and if I'm reading this and you're like, ooh, I like that part or don't like that part or want to hear my thoughts on whatever part, right? Um, you know, please include. Um, oh, big comment. Forgive me if this is the wrong place to ask. I just seen the philosophy tag and thought I'd ask. I've recently started gaining an interest in philosophy. I'm struggling on two authors to start with, Kafka or Dostoevsky. Yeah, I mean, both are definitely very philosophical, sort of literary, right? Um, Dostoevsky, I think, is much heavier and much more difficult to read because his works are like huge. Um, Whereas Kafka has many great short stories and like vignettes, and I think he has like, I think he calls them parables. I have a big collection of Kafka. Um, I enjoy Kafka. I would recommend him. Uh, yeah, I mean, the Metamorphosis is short, right? So if you don't like it, then it's short, right? So just finish it and then be like, okay, I didn't like that. Not all of Dostoevsky is long. Yeah, I guess his like major works are though. Um, and I don't know him well enough to know like the nuance. Um, Metamorphosis was excellent. I enjoyed it. Uh, yeah, it's weird. Gregor Samsa. That's one of my favorite words. Gregor Samsa. I love that name. It just sounds very nice. Yeah, we talk a lot about writing here on this channel, the Fog Frog, and that includes poetry, short stories, literature, writing, prose, essays, and philosophy sometimes, right? From what I've heard about Between the Two, Dostoevsky leans more toward punishment and redemption. Kafka leans more toward absurdism. Yeah, and I'm I'm definitely big on absurdism and these sorts of existentialist ideas. I like um, just the strangeness of Kafka. I think there's a freedom in writing really strange works like The Hunger Artist. Um, so there's that. um, read very little on both of them. Yeah, I mean, definitely like um, that sounds accurate to the two of them, from what I know. So whichever one of those two sounds more appealing to you, right, is going to be the way to go. You're kind soul with other writers. We, on the other hand, it's like that scene in Machete where the Catholic priest has a thug at gunpoint, and the thug begs for mercy, to which the priest replies, "God forgives." I don't. Yeah, chat's way meaner to writers than I am. But that's okay. Um, that's why I'm here. Let's read. Let's read the poem. I think. Um, yeah. Well, whatever you do, Fog Frog, right? If you read one, you can always read the other one afterward, right? Life is long and bountiful of experience, and I think that's the beautiful thing, right? It's not necessarily a choice between. You can find both of those books for free online. Um, Anna's Archive, we love you. um, but yeah, I mean, it's a little different when you're like buying physical copies, which I understand too. I have a lot of physical books. I'm a physical media shill, so I'm definitely buying paperbacks. Oh yeah, totally. And when you do, buy from your local bookstore. Support local businesses and such. Yeah, I like that. Okay, poem. Should we talk about poetry? Should we do the thing we do? I think I like that idea. Your local bookstore closed down? That's tragic. Um, here is Noise by Maytari. No, 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 no. You're fine to interrupt. This stream is the classroom where interruptions are welcome, side conversations are encouraged, and actively disagreeing and debating with the person perceived as the instructor, myself, is um, the greatest way to interact. So you're good. You're good. Um, my brain latches on to things. I cannot tell you how many times the chat has been derailed by philosophy. Hey, um, you're entirely correct. It's been a lot. I cannot deny it. I just remember the crime. Okay. Anyway, um, Noise by Maytari. There were 0 rails last time. Yeah, sometimes there are no rails. Uh, guys, I dropped the end of my Apple Pencil. This isn't supposed to happen. I say every stream, I'm like, I really need something to fidget with. I really need something to fidget with while I'm streaming, so I don't unscrew the end of this and drop it on the floor and have to pick it back up with my toes. And then I keep doing it. What's with that? Okay, let's read the poem. Let's get back on the rails, the imaginary rails, the rails that we construct for ourselves. All the rails that we construct for ourselves in life are just that, constructed, arbitrary, and fundamentally absurd. Here's Noise by Maytari. Overwhelming. Chaotically destructive and compelling, how does one speak when one is never comprehending? Guessing. All the matters of the world are baselessly upsetting. But what does it mean to be perfectly defending? Sending texts upon terrifying mending. How does one compete with the endless mess of bending, listless, useless, never ending, venting? What's the point of venting when your PTSD is forever encompassing? That didn't flow well. Let me go and plant a seed of blessing. My words are no longer all that well. Diction, friction, that's what I live in. Never listen. Chaos, thoughts on screen, keyboard. Why won't you listen? Section, every stanza by 2 or 3. Bitchin' to the ones that would never understand just how it's so overwhelming, chaotically destructive and compelling. How does one speak when one is never comprehending? Is this rap? It feels very close to slam poetry. Um, we have this rhythmic rap slam kind of feel. All of these are very close connected as forms. You love the frantic vibe, yeah. It's really bouncing all over the place, going in a lot of directions, um, and jumping between these sort of like ideas and perspectives and sounds and all of that. And I think that's really cool. Um, yeah, right. Very funny too. Oh, absolutely, right. That didn't flow well. This can be really fun in poetry, right? This sort of like meta acknowledgement of the poem uh, can be very, very cool. Um, and there's a lot of stuff happening. There's a lot of sound. And I mean, obviously, sound is a big thing, right? In this poem, first thing Ishmael says is this rap, and just from the first things, right? Overwhelming, chaotically destructive, and compelling. How does one speak when one is never comprehending? Guessing all the matters of the world are baselessly upsetting. So we have slant rhymes, we have alliteration, we have all of this kind of stuff. Um, and I mean, that's all very there. That's all very apparent. Should I talk about sound? Should I talk about the things that make this poem feel like rap or rhythmic or slam? Uh, is that fairly obvious? Let me just read the whole thing again. I want to read the whole thing again. It's fun to read. And then we'll talk more about it. I'll figure out what to talk about as I read this. Maybe we'll talk about that franticness that Ace mentions. Here's noise again. Overwhelming, chaotically destructive and compelling. How does one speak when one is never comprehending? Guessing all the matters of the world are baselessly upsetting. But what does it mean to be perfectly defending? Sending texts upon terrifying mending. How does one compete with the endless mess of bending, listless, useless, never ending, venting? What's the point of venting when your PTSD is forever encompassing? That didn't flow well. Let me go plant a seed of blessing. My words are no longer all that well. Diction, fiction. I said friction the first time. Fiction, that's what I live in. Never listen. Chaos, thoughts on screen, keyboard. Why won't you listen? Every section, every stanza by 2 or 3. Bitchin' to the ones that would never understand just how it's so overwhelming, chaotically destructive and compelling. How does one speak when one is never comprehending? This reminds me a lot of your other poetry, the things that we've read recently, Maitari. This sort of like closing, beginning to end, right? Really reminds me of your Tear Down the Wall poem that we read recently, right? And then you also had the poem some time ago that was The Mockingbird, right? That was your poem. And from a thematic perspective, this poem is like very similar to that one, right? This idea of like being heard and speaking. And this seems to be like maybe a theme that you uh, kind of maybe write about often, perhaps, at least between those two poems. Maybe that kind of sentiment was mentioned in like the Torch one way back. I think that was you, but I don't exactly remember that poem as well. So it's cool to see something that like occupies the space between, and then you have this pretty consistent style. Maybe style is defined by something we consistently do in our writing, uh, and that being right your use of rhyme. You know, you're big on rhyming. You rhyme a lot throughout pretty much all of your works that I've read. And I think you use it really well here, and you leaning into it really makes it sing and makes it shine. It was cool seeing all your hand notes. Yeah. Um, I think it looks nice. So we have a poem that does feel very Meitari, which is kind of cool. And I would say, if anything, it is this feeling of maybe like franticness that is something new that I maybe haven't seen in your writing before. That is so very astutely recognized by Ace. And I think maybe starting at that feeling might be a nice way to talk about this poem, and maybe find some interesting things about it, right? When we when we start with a feeling, right? And we say this poem feels frantic, right? We can start asking the questions, why does this feel frantic? What makes this poem frantic? And then perhaps that teaches us something eventually as writers, right? We say this poem has a really nice franticness, and maybe later I go and I want to write something that feels the same way, right? I want to write something that is frantic. So then I can look back at sort of the techniques that I learned from this poem. This is maybe a one use of analyzing, right? We can look at what makes this poem feel frantic to me or you, and then we can like maybe like use those ideas in our own writing as a way to like learn. So maybe this is a stream where we talk about imitation and techniques and those kinds of things. Um, yeah. Yikes, I found my poetry journal from when I went through my breakup, and I'm kind of cringing a little. I mean, that's the nature of poetry, right? Poetry is to be looked back upon and cringed upon. I look at my old stuff, and I certainly, maybe I don't like cringe. I'm not disgusted by it, but I'm like, man, that I laugh at it. Maybe, you know. Um, I go between love poems and poetry about what it means to be free or not free. As someone who has experienced loss of freedom and has been regaining it, it's one of those core issues I write about. That makes sense. And maybe even going way back, right? Um, I think you wrote about freedom in the zine, right? In your work, A Patriotic American, um, and that notion of freedom. So, uh, yeah. I mean, that one was like identity more broadly, right? That is an old one, certainly. Yeah. Maybe one you'd cringe at. um, One of my closing lines, though, sounds straight fire. There's some pieces in there I was cooking with. Structure is cooked, though. Yeah. It's always interesting to see like the things we still resonate with and the things that we think are cooked. um. Anyway, so this poem feels frantic. Why does this poem feel frantic? And I think maybe something that I love um, this poem doing is the way that it plays with line length, right? This is actually something we kind of talked about last stream in the chapter of the fantasy book that we read that was doing these like very short sentence fragments uh, as like a stylistic device with like the character was in battle and they were doing these very short sentences to show like the focus and the dissociation of it and also like the speed and the pace of battle. And in this poem, right, we begin overwhelming, right? Boom, overwhelming, chaotically destructive and compelling. And so in our first two lines, we create like some strong contrast, right? And contrast can feel very frantic, right? If we think about franticness, it's like moving really fast, da, 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 right? And then, uh, but then like it's very sudden and it's constantly shifting, right? It's changing from thing to thing to thing. We're frantic. We're thinking about this thing, and then we're thinking about this thing, and we're thinking about this, and then we're doing this, and it's like jumping around. So anytime we use contrast, right? Something being short, overwhelming, and then something long, chaotically destructive and compelling, right? We're creating franticness by kind of jumping between short and then long. And then like now we have this like really sort of drawn out question. And we're like guessing all the matters of the world are baselessly upsetting. There's also like a sort of the way that we're breaking the sentences, I think, is also doing a lot of work where there aren't always we're using sentence fragments as well. It's not always grammatical. There's not always verbs. There's not always subjects. There's not always objects, right? And when we leave these things out, right, when we leave out parts of sentences, they feel incomplete, as if, you know, they're being cut off, right? Cut off, go on to something else. It doesn't get to end, it gets cut off, right? Overwhelming, chaotically destructive, and compelling. That's not like a full sentence. There is no verb. There is no subject. There is no object. I mean, we sort of have like noise. If we take the title into this, the noise is overwhelming, chaotically destructive, and compelling. But even then, not a complete sentence. How does one speak when one is never comprehending? Just sort of like leave this question out in the open creates a degree of like tension. Guessing. All the matters of the world are baselessly upsetting. Right? And I think like leaving this, like placing the elision here on are, right? All the matters of the world are, and then there's a stop in a place that we wouldn't normally stop. Baselessly upsetting. But what does it mean to be? Perfectly defending. And we're sort of creating like these interesting double meanings where things could be complete by the end of the line. But what does it mean to be? Right? Could be complete. And then we say perfectly defending, sending. In the same vein as overwhelming, but now it's a verb, right? Texts upon, terrifying mending. We have like this alliteration. We have this repetition, gives it that franticness of like moving texts upon, terrifying mending. So we're doing a lot of things that make this frantic. I feel like it's making me frantic. I feel like I'm like jumping between all sorts of stuff as I'm reading this, and it's not entirely helping me feel coherent. Well, let me read chat for a second. From your poetry book, but cruelness doesn't sacrifice identity, and neither does coldness. They're fragments of fear dressed up in boldness. That's dope. Got some rhyme, got some almost verse-like. I think the lack of capitalization contributes to the franticness, which also slows down the PTSD line. Yeah, really works nicely with this texts upon texts idea, because texting is often like lowercase and non-grammatical and clipped sometimes, right? Um, and being lowercase, right, even if we are writing incomplete sentences, gives the feeling, again, of incompleteness. Um, and we even don't really punctuate. We punctuate occasionally, like we have some commas, but we don't really have periods at all, right? The only conclusive sort of punctuation we have are question marks. And I think that's another thing, right? We're using capitalization, we're using punctuation, we're using elision, we're using all these things, grammar, just in general, sentence construction, to make things feel unfinished, right? To make things feel like they're going in different directions, uh, or just like asking questions, asking questions, asking questions, and I think that works very well. I was in an ADHD hyperactivity mood when I wrote this. I think it comes through, right? It's it's making me like kind of jittery, um, in an unpleasant way. I can hear it as a compliment. Yeah. Hello, Katara. Welcome in. Uh, yeah. So the capitalization is definitely nice. And what else? I feel like with the title and that first stanza, we are very close to a strong wave metaphor. I'm hearing ripples in a pond, all deterministic, but an incomprehensible holistic result. Noise, overwhelming. Yeah, we have this like whelming sort of water thing going on, waves and whelming. Um, Noise, right, as waves of sound. Um, I'm not sure it really super continues. We have flow, but pretty strongly using that in another context. It's sort of there. Um, but I think waves, right? Noise. It is a very chaotic system, right? Um, so yeah, my poems are usually more chaotic when written in a bad mood. That makes sense. Yeah. Um, I mean, I guess yeah, I'm not surprised by that, right? I guess I have two modes of writing, and both come with massive overwhelm. Yeah, overwhelm, frantic energy is often a mood that we write in, right? Um, I'm gonna lock in. I feel like I'm like short of breath. Um, so, uh, we can just keep talking about franticness, right? Moving on. How does one complete with the, right? Another case of elision that's creating franticness. How does one compete with the endless mess of, right? We're leaving these on like really awkward spots. Um, the, endless, right? A specifier, something like the, really wants to point to another word. The blank. We never just have the as a word. If I just walked up to you and said the, it's like an unresolved chord, right? And of is the same way. Of almost always wants to point to something after it, right? We do this, we do upon, we do be, we do are, right? All the matters of the world are baselessly upsetting. Um, right? You're something. Uh, we don't do it so much here, but this is where we slow down a little bit. Um, and we slow down a bit toward the end. I think our most frantic section is the beginning. because we slow down with this like elision after the PTSD thing, right? Venting. What's the point of venting when you're PTSD? And you almost have to say this slowly. PTSD is forever encompassing. That didn't flow well. Let me go and plant a seed of blessing. And like this is one of the most sort of concrete pieces of imagery that this poem uses. Plant a seed. It's something. It's like an action. It's a verb. Um, it's like something actually occurring. Camera unfocused. Yeah, it happens sometimes. I also just want it to be straighter. Um, so plant a seed, right? Plant a seed, I think, does a lot here. It's slow, right? Seeds grow slowly. Um, plant a seed is also very concrete. It gives us an actual image, something to hold on to. And I think before, right? Overwhelming, chaotically destructive and compelling. How does one speak when one is never comprehending? It's like these questions without any context. It's just like all this like sort of stuff within one's own head, these like abstract ideas of perfectly defending whatever that even means. Texts even are sort of like a concrete image, but at the same time, they exist on a screen. They're abstract, they're not real. Um, and we have like bending, but we don't have anything that is bending, right? So all of these things are being applied to like unreal things. And then when we get to this stanza, right? Let me go and plant a seed of blessing. I think that works really well to slow us down, to pull us back. My words are no longer all that well diction. Fiction, that's what I live in, right? Some actual explanation, some actual like concrete, complete ideas. Never listen. Chaos thoughts on screen, keyboard, why won't you listen? So we kind of push back. Section, every stanza 2 or 3. Bitchin' to the ones that would never understand just how it's so overwhelming, chaotically destructive and compelling. And like we circle back, and this does give us like a feeling of resolution, even though it's still unresolved. We're still just like leaving these big questions out. Sort of shit. Sorry. I'm like doing some new stuff with my camera and setup and trying to get it to look better, and things fall over sometimes. This is not helping with the franticness. It doesn't help that my room keeps getting warmer. It doesn't help. I feel very un unsettled. um, I need to like breathe or something. Stretch. Drink water, probably. Yeah. It's very hot. I have this very frantic poem. Um, and uh, sorry. I don't need to apologize. I'm just like, ugh. The diction line sounds incomplete slash incoherent to me, which I think is the point of me writing it like that. I don't really remember it because it was written back in April. Yeah, the diction one is like sort of funny, right? It's a joke in of itself. It seems, at least that's how I read it. My words are no longer all that well diction, right? Um, it's I mean, it's hard to explain why something is funny, but I mean, we would say my words are no longer all that well said or all that well put together, but diction is just so so wrong, and it sort of affirms itself by being poor diction, right? And so it speaks to like the unraveling and the franticness. Um, and I think that makes this line in the middle like particularly interesting. um, because we have all this frantic, 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 right? And then we have this moment where we like almost come up for air in a way, right? Um, that didn't flow well. Let me go and plant a seed of blessing. It seems like almost like out of nowhere, like it's a non sequitur, like it's entirely unrelated in some way. Because it is just very grounded and very slow and very intentional. And then we immediately jump back to like, my words are no longer all that well fiction, right? And then we're back to the rhyming, live in, listen. We're back to the screen. We're back to the keyboard. We're back to the texts of earlier, right? The text upon text kind of circles back to that thing. Section, every stanza, two or three, uh, again, does this sort of like meta look at the poem itself. Um, and then just sort of out of nowhere, right? Bitchin' uh, to the ones that would never understand just how it's so, right? And then we repeat. So I think the most fascinating part of this poem to me, right, is this moment in the middle, this slow lift, this seed of blessing. And I think it's because I like really relate to that experience of being in an incredibly frantic, jumbled headspace, and like everything is going and it's confusing and it's kind of falling apart and it's too much and you can't understand and it's like this and this and this and this and this and this and this. And then you get like, and then sometimes in those moments I would get this uh or in those episodes maybe I get these like moments, right? This sort of like clarity of like, oh, let me like do something good. Let me like calm down. Let me like focus. Let me lock in. Um and it's funny, right? Because that moment is spurred by sort of like something that breaks the flow of it, right? We have this bending, listless, useless, never ending venting, and then we like vent. So it like seems like it's sort of supposed to be part of the flow, I guess, like in the mind. What's the point of venting when your PTSD is forever encompassing? And then it like gets too real. It gets too real. It trails off, and then it's just like it's just that moment where like the word association stops, where you hit that wall in the anxiety, and it's like, okay, let's like calm down now. And then usually, it comes back again. I think that's really real. And I think the fact that this was like written in an episode like that in a state like this, um, really makes sense, right? That you get that moment of quiet from the noise, and then the noise returns, right? And that sort of reaffirms the whole idea of the poem, right? That it keeps coming, it keeps overwhelming. Maybe it gives that wave like feeling, right? Um, that it comes and then it stops and you're like, oh, it's better. And then you plunge back into it, right? Um, I really enjoy that. um, in my experience, bitchin' is usually said used in a positive context. Yeah, like in the context of how are things bitchin'. But that might be just my narrow slice of where I've heard it. Yeah, I mean, I think there's maybe two readings here, and I think a double meaning is something that's like supportive of the confusion and franticness of the poem. Because you have the idea of bitchin' as bitching, right? Bitching about something in the same sort of context as venting, right? In a sense, this circles back to venting, right? What's the point of venting when your PTSD is forever encompassing? Bitchin' to the ones that would never understand just how it's so, right? Overwhelming, chaotically destructive, and compelling. How does one speak when one is never comprehending? So you get this circling back to like, I can complain and I can complain to people, but they won't understand, right? Of this line. And then, this ending. But then there's also like, I don't know, section every stanza by two or three bitchin'. And there is like a confidence to this. Like maybe as to point back to the stanza, maybe as to point back to the poem itself and just be like, yeah, this is bitchin'. This poem is bitchin', right? Um, and maybe that sort of points to the poem as the thing that maybe is a release, right? A way to actually express, because otherwise it's, um, right? It's the screen that won't listen. It's the people that won't understand. It's the venting that doesn't work. It's the endless mess. It's the texts. It's like sort of the terrifying nature of mending, of healing, of getting better. Um, and then, like, you know, the poetry maybe sort of seems to help. Is a way to read this poem, right? Um, Given that we sort of make a self-referential remark to poetry itself, um, maybe not like the main overarching theme of the work, but it's sort of an idea in here. Um, how does one speak when one is never comprehending? I really like this as a line, right? I mean, it's very thematic to the whole poem. It's great as a sort of refrain, because it refers back to the whole thing. I think there's something very beautiful here, Maytari, that you wrote this poem like a month ago, and you don't really remember um, necessarily like why it is that you wrote any of these things, why it is that like what you meant by a section, like what was the section? The diction line, right? You don't remember what you meant. The dementia, sure. Um, that it was sort of like uh, so within the moment and so like true to this notion of not comprehending that it is just not comprehensible. Um, but at the same time, like it's so very accurately, I think, describes like the really like hyperactive, anxious, overwhelmed kind of thing. Maybe it's a stretch. No, I know it's a stretch. But I'm almost seeing like a left brain, right brain duality. Well, stretches are okay, right? And analysis is just seeing patterns and making stretches and trying to connect things. But a left brain, right brain duality. So left brain, I don't remember which is which. Um, Feel free to elaborate more on any sections where you feel it. But right is like the logic and the order, and maybe left brain I think is like the creative art kind of side of the brain. I think maybe um could be super wrong. uh it's the opposite. Okay, well, yeah. Then flip it. Thank you. Left is logic, right is Oreos. Okay. uh cool, so we'll just flip these. Cool. Obviously not something I think about very much. um, Okay, so left brain, right brain. Overwhelming, chaotically destructive, and compelling. How does one speak when one is never comprehending? Basically, all the guessing. All the matters of the world are baselessly upsetting. But what does it mean to be perfectly defending? I mean, it's so. I sort of earlier I was talking about like abstract and concrete, right? And there are these sort of like logical ideal notions, these like perfectly defending, and these like um, notions of just like comprehending, uh, uh, um, sort of like compete with the endless mess of bending, uh, this like logical diction word thing, stanza two or three, um, and then back to these like sort of big questions. And then there is sort of the emotional side, maybe, of the like listless, useless, never ending, the overwhelming, the actual feelings occurring, uh, baselessly upsetting, right? Um, just this like very emotional, like, what's the point of venting when your PTSD is forever encompassing? Uh, this sort of like deferral to something calm and beautiful. I live in fiction feels pretty that side. I read it as right brain speaks before the left brain catches up. Right brain speaks, creative, art, emotional side speaks before logic and order catches up. I see. So saying like overwhelming, right? It's a feeling, it's an idea. And then like chaotically destructive and compelling. How does one speak when one is never comprehending, right? It's this going back to like comprehension and logic and stuff. Guessing all the matters, da, 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 da. And then it's like sending, and maybe that's even like an impulsive action. Um, text upon text upon a text, terrifying, mending. How does one compete with the endless mess of bending, listless, useless, never ending? That's like feelings, right? Venting, and then it's like the logic of it or like the explanation of it. So it's like action and thought, sort of. I think there is like that feeling is there. I like that framing of it. Ishmael, Apollo, and Dionysus. Um, this is something that I know Nietzsche talked about, maybe, if we're gonna talk about philosophy. Um Nietzsche had a similar idea of like dividing things this way, which was the Apollonian and the Dionysian. Um uh Apollo being like uh thought and like ideal and beauty and logic. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then like Dionysus being uh emotion and pleasure and like material and action, I think, is like roughly the sort of split here. Um in terms of the Apollonian Dionysian. um yes, wine and theater for Dionysus. Um but I think this was Nietzsche was using this in terms of like processes within the human mind, right? Where one side of the mind is sort of these things, and that competes with the Apollonian like other side. And you can kind of see how these map very similar to our uh, left brain would be our Dionysian once we split these, our creative and art, and our right brain would be our left. Yeah, you know what I mean. Um, um, and I like that as well. Um, I think if we're sort of splitting this poem as between these like different impulses, um, even then, I don't think I'm not sure when I read this poem, I necessarily read it as like this line is one thing from one side of the brain and this is a thing from the other. Um, because I really read it as like all of these thoughts being really muddled, right? And we are like in one breath, sort of bouncing between like logical and emotional, and we're sort of, uh, just like bouncing back and forth really quickly between all these different things. Um, and I think this poem does a good job of muddling, right? The logic and the emotion, the analytic and the, you know, intuitive. Um, so it ends up feeling like a big kind of blob. Um, However, I think that's a really useful way to maybe look at any individual poem, right? If we take a framework like the left brain and the right brain and we apply it to poems, right? Or the Apollonian and the Dionysian. Um, I need to I need to fix this. I need to take left, put it here, and right and put it here. Okay, cool. So if we look at like like let's say like a love poem, right? And maybe this isn't like always the case. Um, but we can look at like some poems. Let's say one that's really intensely passionate about love and action, and maybe like even describing loving acts existing within like the right brain Dionysian side. Um, we could like analyze that poem as that thing, I guess. And then there are like very ordered, logical poems that are very structured and abstract and ideal. Um, and we could look at those as like left brain or Apollonian. I'm just sort of thinking out loud. um, but I think like poems, I mean, we can look at any piece of art through any framework or lens, right? And like probably try to fit works within those things, right? I think it can be a dangerous impulse, right? Let's say you're really big on the Apollonian, you're really big on the right brain, left brain idea, and you start looking like some people might end up looking at every poem and being like, where is the left brain? Where is the right brain? Like, is this poem within this or that or one of these things? And I think um, that can be like a dangerous way to think about poems because then you're not looking at them textually. You're looking at them as sort of you applying your own frameworks onto the text and trying to fit the text to your ideas that you already have. And I'm definitely someone who prefers to look at a poem, right, and read it, um, and like try to look toward maybe what the text is getting at first, right? Now it sounds like you maybe did see Furry Combat Wombat some of this like right brain, left brain idea within this. And it's good to pursue, right? And to like chase down those stretches and see if it works in that way for you. For me, I don't really read it that way. Um, However, like that's okay, right? And the fact that you can read a poem in one way and I can try to read a poem in the same way and it just doesn't really click, I think is a beautiful thing, because all of our brains work differently. And the way that I read a poem and analyze a poem is going to be fundamentally different from the way anyone else does, right? So I encourage you, right, if you're looking at a poem, Wombat, reading it, maybe even analyzing it, if that's your vibe, um, to chase down those, those, oh, this might be a stretch, but, right? And to look into those. Road Not Taken by Frost would be a good example of one of these Apollonian poems. Yeah, I think within that sort of way of seeing things, it probably would, right? It has this very idealized, this choice, these like big high order logical notions. That makes sense. Very specific, like symbolic choices of like color and all of that. I do like that poem. Okay. We got slightly we went down some rails. We laid ourselves some rails to go down, and they took us a bit away from the poem itself. Um, but we'll try to come back to it. Although there's an ad break coming up soon. I like how Chad is having casual Turkish going on. Yeah, really funny. What are we doing here, Spellcross? We're reading a poem, and we're talking about the poem. This poem was submitted by Maytari, who's in chat. Because what I do on this stream is read poetry and other writing that people submit to me through our Discord server, and I scribble all over it, and I talk about it, and like make a good attempt, a real college try at understanding if that can be done, right? um, and we talk about, what the poem is doing and what's going on and, all of that. And it's very fun, for me at least. For some people, for the masochists that hang out in my chat. Poetry really catches my attention. I've never written one, though. Well, I'd encourage you to try. Um, it's very freeing, I would say. You're gonna lurk for a bit, enjoy the lurk. But for all that talk of us reading poetry, we are going to take a brief break right now. A little Twitch ad break. So for all of you in chat. Also, hello, welcome, Spellcross. My name is Imogen. This is what I look like. During this break, I encourage you all to drink some water and to stand up and to decompress yourself from this very anxiety-inducing poem. To like take some deep breaths or something. To step away from the screen. Because I know some of y'all have probably been staring at yours for many hours consecutively. So do something good for yourself, and we'll come back in just a few minutes. Hello, I am back. I did some push ups and took some deep breaths. So, I drank some water too, which is good. Nikki redeemed Hydrate like 13 minutes ago, and I saw it, and I'm like, I'm talking. I don't need to drink water. I'm in the middle of something, which so really defeats the point of having the point redeem, right? But here's proof. Um, we are going to go back to reading poetry. We'll begin by reading the whole poem, top to bottom. And then we will maybe find some more things to say about it. Who knows? Maybe we'll meander back to the Nietzschean distinction of Dionysian and Apollonian. Maybe we won't. uh, only time and experience, only our progress through our temporal state will enlighten us on that reality. Here's Noise by Maitari. Overwhelming, chaotically destructive, and compelling. How does one speak when one is never comprehending? Guessing. All the matters of the world are baselessly upsetting, but what does it mean to be perfectly defending? Sending texts upon terrifying mending. How does one compete with the endless mess of bending, listless, useless, never ending, venting? What's the point of venting when your PTSD is forever encompassing? That didn't flow well. Let me go and plant a seed of blessing. My words are no longer all that well diction. Fiction, that's what I live in. Never listen. Chaos, thoughts on screen, keyboard, why won't you listen? Section, every stanza by 2 or 3. Bitchin'. To the ones that would never understand just how it's so overwhelming. Chaotically destructive and compelling. How does one speak when one is never comprehending? Noise. I feel like I've been talking around the words of this poem, so to speak, the meaning behind like this poem. We've been talking a lot about the word choice and the techniques and some of these maybe like on the surface level things within this. But I think there are a lot of really cool lines, and there are a lot of like cool questions raised, and some very sort of, I don't know, maybe like astute sort of thoughts within this, and maybe I want to talk about those and what this is saying. Maybe I skipped over that because I've experienced, you know, like you said, this was sort of based around like ADHD and hyper, I don't know if you said hyperactivity or sort of like anxiety or hyper like stimulation or whatever. But I think like I read this and I'm like, okay, these words just like make sense to me, right? Because I've experienced something similar. And in that capacity, I think you've done something very good, right? You've done something very effective as a communication tool, right? Last time on stream, we talked about maybe like poetry that can teach, communication. There's also poetry that just like communicates an idea and says like, here is my experience. Do you have this experience too? Do you understand this experience? Like those kinds of sentiments, right, within our writing. And I think this like does a really good job, especially having been like written in that actual moment of communicating a feeling and communicating a sensation. And I think I can say that as someone who's like experienced something similar, right? Where the way that it's written, the way that these things sort of unfold, and the thoughts themselves, right, hit very close to home. Uh, and like for me, I think this poem makes me think about panic attacks that I've had. Right? Maybe we're just gonna go all in on like my personal experience analysis or something. Um, Noise, right? Um, I like I've had anxiety and panic triggered literally by noise as like the thing that sort of starts it. It becomes overwhelming, chaotically destructive, and compelling. How does one speak when one is never comprehending? Now, I don't think that maybe this poem is talking about that exact experience because um, I think the most important line, to me, the most important line for like the communication of this work, that as I read it, is like the third line. How does one speak when one is never comprehending? Right? I think everything kind of comes back to this central question, and um, I think the importance of it is probably supported by the fact that it kind of caps this poem front and end. Two of the most important parts of our poem, right? The first stanza, the last stanza. And pretty much everything within this poem feels like it relates nicely back to the first and last stanzas, right? As if they're answering this question or elaborating on it. And I think that's a really cool thing to do, right? To pose an initial question and then throughout the rest of the poem to like continually keep engaging with that idea. Um, how does one speak when one is never comprehending? Guessing, right? This could almost be read immediately as an answer to the question, right? How does one speak when one is never comprehending? By guessing, by just like throwing words out, by throwing shit at the wall, uh, which fits really nicely with like the notion of writing poetry and trying to understand oneself. But guessing, all the matters of the world are baselessly upsetting. Guessing, all the matters of the world are baselessly upsetting, but what does it mean to be perfectly defending? And this line, right, this stanza, perfectly defending, uh, is really interesting because it's the first of these cases where maybe the way, like the grammar, doesn't totally make sense. In a very like fitting way, in a very like functional way, right? What does it mean to be perfectly defending? Like I don't even know as I read this, right? And I don't even know what perfectly defending is, let alone to be able to like define it. And then we have this like text upon terrifying mending, these sort of things that come out of nowhere, this endless mess of bending, right? The endless mess of bending. Like we keep posing these questions that like we don't even know what they mean, or they're very difficult to mean. They don't have like obvious definitions. And I think every time we do this, right, it brings us back to this feeling of never comprehending, right? So all of these kind of do that, never comprehending, never comprehending. Because, like, what is perfectly defending? What is the endless mess of bending? Um, and then, right, each of these sort of are also accompanied by sort of speaking, right? Sending texts upon texts, just like throwing them out there, speaking, guessing, right? How does one compete with this sort of act against the mess, sort of a speaking against the comprehension? Um, and then we even come back to the speaking again with venting, right? So it keeps connecting back. That didn't flow well. Again, how does one even speak when never comprehending? There's this sort of tension between the act of speaking, the act of making words, and then sort of like the understanding, the intellectual part of like it needs to flow, right? And then there's this sort of out of nowhere let me go plant a seed. And then we go back to like speaking and not comprehending, right? My words are no longer all that well diction. Fiction, that's what I live in, never listen. So we're back to not comprehending. Chaos on the screen, keyboard, why won't you listen? Again, never comprehending as I'm speaking. And we sort of flip this in an interesting way here, where at first I think, how does one speak when one is never comprehending, right? How do I talk? How do I act? How do I do anything when I don't understand the world? But then we sort of flip it where it's like, I am talking, right? I am talking, I am speaking, I am venting, right? As we see earlier. And it's the world that doesn't comprehend me. So it creates this really deep feeling, I guess, for me, in the franticness of like being lost, I guess, is a word that sticks out to me, because there is I, right? There is me in this poem. And then there is like others, and there is the world. And like I can't understand each of these things, right? And I can try to speak, and my speech doesn't seem to reflect the world, and my speech doesn't seem to be understood by others. Others, speak to me and I don't understand them. Uh, and probably at that point, the world doesn't understand me, right? So it creates this really like deep feeling of, I guess, like isolation that runs under this poem. Um, and in that, right, there's just this feeling of like frantic doing something, trying to find anything to latch onto, I guess, in that lostness, right? What would we want more than something stable? And we even see that happen in the poem, right? This desire for something stable. Let me go plant a seed of blessing, right? Let me have something slow and patient and warm and comforting and beautiful. Um, and then we like fall, we collapse back into like non-understanding, into this sort of like, I don't know, entropy of self. Um, and so, right, we just end up circling back to the original question, right? And maybe in a sense, the only stable thing, the only thing to hold on to is this question. How does one speak when one is never comprehending or comprehended? Um, and I mentioned this earlier, but to me, it feels like the poem itself sort of acts as an answer to the question. Partially because I think it describes an experience so vividly that it does communicate and it probably can be understood. um, and it like places one within that emotion. Uh, I mean, maybe the fact that I read this poem and I got all frantic and excited and like on edge and sort of like out of breath for like half an hour. And had to like intentionally calm myself down, right? Had to intentionally like pull back and be like, you know, lock in, right? Means that this poem has like done something very well because it placed that emotion upon me. And in that way, right, the poem sort of is the escape from the cycle of how does one speak when one is never comprehending. Is maybe just to speak, is just to express, is just to communicate that lack of comprehension, and just to, right, to like write about it, to create, to try to express, to try to communicate, to try to comprehend, um, even though nothing maybe can be. One just does it anyway. Uh, and I quite like that, right? I mean, it resonates with me, and that's most of what taste ever is. Um, yeah, maybe that's like my thesis on this work, or my like my explanation of my interpretation of sort of what I feel it to be saying. Um, but it's sort of like I don't know how much more I have to say about it. Just because like the sort of anxiety of it, uh, I don't know. My brain feels weird now. I guess uh, it really like put me on edge, and maybe the most satisfying part of the poem is the sort of inexplainable fact that the poem shifted my own emotional state, right, toward that of the poem. It really pulled me into the moment being described, to the point where I started to feel the same way. And I think that's something very impressive, right, to do, to write, to accomplish. Um, and maybe that's like the and that's something that's very difficult to explain, right? I can talk forever about how the elision not creates a sense of non-grammaticality, and that makes things feel broken and stunted, and you know um but there's also the fact that like this poem is just communicating in a way that I feel I've also felt, um and that's where like part of it is, a large amount of reading a poem and understanding a poem and engaging with it is something sort of empathetic, this sort of feeling along with the work, and I think that's something to like strive for in reading and maybe both writing, or one thing that one can strive for. Um, we don't necessarily have to, um, to read something and really try to feel it and really try to like place yourself in the feeling of the poet. It's a hard thing to do. It's a vulnerable thing to do. But then we can also write in a way that we think about like how could I write something that places someone else within my experience? And I think if we're doing those things, that's generally really good for us as people, because that's sort of a motion toward empathy, right, and understanding others and connecting with other humans in a sort of abstract way through art. Um, so maybe that's the sort of like lesson, uh, is to try to do that. But I don't know how to teach that. I wouldn't be able to tell someone how to like feel a poem. Probably just to read a lot, right? I probably do it more. Probably happens to me more commonly because I've just read so much poetry, and I will continue to do so. Um, yeah. I love when poetry does that. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, um, that we can sort of like create these things that shape the minds of others, scary in some capacity, and that we can like read something that came from someone and it can sort of enter into us. Um, it involves maybe like an acceptance of, I don't know, like others and a validity of feeling or something. I don't know. I'm working hard on my novel, but you really inspired me to write a poem right now. Awesome. Uh, don't overthink it. Just write. Just write what you feel. Um, just like go for it. Express freely. Throw away everything to do with prose and just put words on the page however you'd like. It's my advice, since you said you haven't written much of it. Any questions about this noise poem, or about, I don't know, any of the things we've talked about, whether it's right brain, left brain, Apollonian, the notion of being lost amongst a world of people, or the franticness, elision, these feelings, rhymes, art is communication, feeling and resonating with poems on the level of soul. I don't know. Questions, comments? I don't think I have too much more to say about this. I don't feel like I said anything, but I got a little lost there, maybe. I definitely got lost somewhere in there. Yeah. My submission has been well submitted. That's really exciting. Um, that's cool. I'm glad you sitting and watching me talk about this has not scared you off from submitting your work. um, yeah. Any questions, thoughts, comments, confusions, clarifications, desires, disagreements with anything I've said? Does anyone hate this poem? Does anyone love this poem? Uh, does anyone, anything? If not, I'll read it again, and that'll be that, and I can return to having my face be all present and large on your screen, right? Seems like none. So I will say thank you very much to Maytari for submitting this work, for submitting a work like this, right? Because these are like, it seems very intense. This is a very intense work, right? And I think like playing with this non-grammaticality and stuff is like a risk, right? So it's sort of a risky poem, but I think one that you used well. Taking risks can be good. So yeah, this has been Noise by Maytari. Overwhelming. Chaotically destructive and compelling. How does one speak when one is never comprehending? Guessing all the matters of the world are baselessly upsetting. But what does it mean to be perfectly perfectly defending? Oh, this poem's like sucked my soul out. Let me begin again. Noise. Overwhelming. Chaotically destructive and compelling. How does one speak when one is never comprehending? Guessing. All the matters of the world are baselessly upsetting. But what does it mean to be perfectly defending, sending texts upon terrifying mending? How does one compete with the endless mess of bending? Bending. Listless, useless, never-ending venting. What's the point of venting when your PTSD is forever encompassing? That didn't flow well. Let me go and plant a seed of blessing. My words are no longer all that well diction. Fiction. That's what I live in, never listen. Chaos, thoughts on screen, keyboard, why won't you listen? Section. Every stanza by 2 or 3. Bitchin'. To the ones that would never understand just how it's so overwhelming. Chaotically destructive and compelling. How does one speak when one is never comprehending? Noise by Maytari. Thank you. Cool poem. Cool stuff. Clap, clap. Yeah, I can get some snaps or claps in chat for that lovely poem. Get some snaps in here. Snapping is so funny. I like it. I think it's fun. There's just like it's so silly that we snap as poets. It's so like, I don't know. It's so poet, you know? It's very poet that we would snap at things. I've put a snap emoji in Discord a bit ago because you said you were interested in adding one. Oh yeah, you totally did. And I definitely saw that and didn't really process it. You're one of those people who can't snap your fingers? I feel like maybe you just don't have like good snapping technique. I don't know. Thumb and middle finger. And you want to put a lot of pressure and then just let it go and hit back into your palm. You can even get some wind up. I don't know. Being a musician helps for me. I've been snapping for a long time. I've got like those band director snaps, you know? I can like double snap, which is with my ring and middle finger, right? So it's going like snap, snap, which is cool. I can do the shake your hand snap, which I like. What's the shake your hand snap? How many snapping variations are there? I can snap from my pinky across. So you can go snap, snap. My pinky doesn't snap very well. Snap, snap. Also, my index is not a very snappy snap. Does the sound come from the finger hitting the palm? Or does it come from this? It's like, I've never been able to tell because it happens so quickly. But I feel like my snaps don't snap unless I like follow through to the palm. I feel like it's coming from this. But it sounds so snappy. Like, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know the it is coming from the palm. If you hold your hand in the pinchy mode, yes, and shake it, you can sometimes make a snapping sound. The pinchy mode? Is there like official snapping terminology that I'm not hip to? In the pin, like, what is that? Like, is this like the sort of the mode? I don't know. Like when it looks like you're gonna pinch someone. Okay, I pinch, I pinch, I pinch, like a crab. This crab pinch, or this pinch, or a crab, because I can be a crab. If like this is a crab to me. Closer, closer. A narrow crab, a small crab hand. I don't know. I don't know if chat teaching me like how to do things with my body through just like text coming in every 10 seconds is very effective. Uh, who else has things submitted? Who else has poems they want me to read? Um, I know that there are some brand new ones. We could do the old prioritizing something new. Oh, you sent chapter 2? Oh my gosh, Nikki, why are you sending a giant, oh, it's like a link. I feel like that's not gonna work if I put that into my chat. I appreciate if I put that in my browser. I appreciate the sentiment. Pinch with my middle finger, then try, and then shake my hand like I'm. Hold on. I feel like I have like noise canceling. I can get like a. I feel like this is just like my fingers flopping around now. It's making sounds. Like it's doing something. It kind of hurts my wrist. I'm doing that very uh vigorously. Um Wait. It's kind of a snap. I don't like it. I didn't know I could make that sound with my body. So that's cool at least. Um Neat. Definitely not as good as the OG Snap. My tempo, you know. Your short stories. Oh yeah, we should read something from you, Nikki. We haven't read Nikki in a while. Um, but I could read the brand new poem that just got submitted. I'll have to decide. I'll have to think. I should. I feel like this would be made much easier if I like had a sort of like set of rules for myself for like how I organize submissions. And this isn't even so much so like for y'all to know. It's just for me so I don't have to decide, you know? Like if I streamlined my own decision making process, this would be like great for efficiency. I'd save so much mental energy um, by like having a specific thing. But I think, I think, I like the prioritization of the new. I like the novel, uh, as in new, not as in the second chapter of the novel that was just submitted. Um, and I know that's sort of, I think, I mean, that sort of undercuts the whole. I don't care. Do I care? No, I don't. It's my channel, like you say. Um, for the Fog Frog, are you fine with me reading your thing now? I guess is what I will ask. Because if you don't want me to read it now, then that makes my decision much easier. Um, roast me alive. I like the energy. I don't roast. You just saw me. You just saw how I analyze. Like most of them are like that. They're very kind. Uh, at least that's what people seem to say. Chat, I think I'm getting old. I'm only 20 and my knee is constantly in pain and my bones creak. Is that normal? Uh, Normal. I think it is normal to probably like have stiffness and pain in the body in a modern culture where there's a lot of sitting and like sitting on a chair and sitting in a car and not a lot of walking and not a lot of like stretching and doing sort of like mobility kind of requiring activities. You know, people don't be squatting anymore. Like, not many people can just hit a deep squat, right? So, I think it's entirely normal to have pain. I think pain and stiffness in the body is not desirable, right? And probably doing like a few leg stretches and maybe your back and neck and hips every day or a few days a week would probably help a lot with that. Um, but like if you're not doing anything very physical, then it is probably pretty normal, right? So, yeah, that's my answer. I'm also going to note that poem I submitted, I just did too, on the fly. It's the most recent entry in my journal that I wrote as you were reading Maitari, so it's not exactly fleshed out or anything. Ha ha ha. Awesome. We got some, as they say, new shit, which is exciting. Hot off the presses, brand new, fresh, steaming poetry. um, that's cool. Every so often we get some of that. Let me put it on the thing, and we will read it. And I will ask you, the Fog Frog, the question that I ask everyone when they send me poetry, which is, if going into this you have any questions, thoughts, things you want me to focus on, directions you maybe would like to see me go with my talking and my analysis. Um, this is not this is not me soliciting explanation. I generally prefer uh, the poems not be, sort of explained to me. This is super cool and not straight. How does it get like messed up, like in between? Uh, okay. But if you have any like things you want me to focus on, that kind of stuff, um, questions, maybe things you want feedback on if you're looking for a critique, all of those things are welcome. They're welcome here. Uh, yeah, but as you potentially type up those things, that's also totally optional. Like you don't have to have anything. That can totally just be roast me alive. I will read this. I will give this a read. This nice little poem called "To Become Human," which reminds me of the title of the book by. I feel like this is like drifting, like it's settling back to not being straight when I let go of it. It reminds me of the title "No Longer Human," by Osamu Dazai. Is his name? I don't know if it's Osamu, but it is Dazai. Is his last name? Could be super off on the first name. A controversial book. I thought it was decent. I'm just genuinely curious on thought, honestly. I'm not a poet. You are a poet. You're a poet. You just sent me a poem. Of course you're a poet. Um, I'm definitely a creator at my core, but poetry itself is something I've only delved into during particular moments of grief. And that's okay, See, I don't think writing poetry infrequently or writing poetry only during certain spots makes you like not a poet. Now, you also don't have to call yourself a poet. I think like labeling ourselves with identities is pretty useless. But you wrote a poem. I mean, if you don't call yourself a poet, you don't have to be a poet. I'm not going to force you to be a poet. You can just be the fog frog. I appreciate when a reader explains my poetry back to me. I have poems I don't understand, and y'all help with that. I'm glad that helps you. I'm glad you've turned to writing to help you. Yeah, I'm glad of that too. You kill one guy, you're not a killer, but you write one poem. Ishmael. Well, I guess that depends on how you define killer, right? Because maybe I just define a poet as someone who's written a poem. And you could totally define killer as someone who has killed, right? But that's a personal interpretive choice. So I guess that's where the controversy is merely semantic. Anyway, here is To Become Human by some new blood, some fresh poetic, a new poetic victim of this stream, the fog frog. To Become Human. It is often said that the healer's hands are the bloodiest, that the most fragile of wrists are often most the ones left shackled the longest. I believe this to be true, almost factual, even guaranteed. One does not understand blood without injury. One does not understand shackles without crime. But with every injury comes scarring. With every crime comes guilt. And every scar, every crime, I'm reminded of at 3 a.m., where my bedroom is a hospital and a courtroom. And I am both the guilty and the sick every time. Healing and self hatred are not mutually exclusive, they are one and the same. One does not become human without first knowing the pain of being one. To become human. I think it's interesting that we have this one does not understand, and this was sort of written in the wake of one is never comprehending. This is something that very much happens when we create art. Is sometimes we create something, and whatever we're experiencing beforehand kind of primes us in our creation. And there are some like there's some thematic overlap, right, from this to this. That being said, I like to look at things, within their own context, more so than I'm not gonna make this like a compare and contrast kind of situation. It's just interesting that we have this one does not understand. Um, you say, Catholic, this has great images, great imagery. Yeah. Um, I really like this. I am reminded of at 3 a.m. where my bedroom is a hospital and a courtroom, right? You have some really nice. You have this sort of like statement way of writing in this poem, which is very cool. Um, and I think it's not common, but you see it in other writers. My mind doesn't immediately jump to like who this reminds me of. Maybe it reminds me of like some of the writing in like Proust or something in a weird way. Um, but I believe this to be true, almost factual, even guaranteed. This cool sort of like reiteration of the same idea, uh, kind of happens throughout this poem, and we have these like ideas, every with every scar, and every scar, every crime, right? We have this like kind of progression from scarring, guilt, scar, crime. uh I don't know what I'm saying. I'm just genuinely saying words. um that specificity in writing was big in the late 90s. Interesting. um This moves unexpectedly, not cliched. I'd tighten it. That's me. The bedroom hospital is a badass idea. Yeah. Crossover episode of Fog Frog. I think I would definitely find it very interesting if like two people submitted poems together to be like compared. I think that would be cool. But I maybe I don't want to do it unless it's like specifically sought out. I'm big on repetition to drive a point. Something that was driven into me into high school, but I was never taught how to make it more nuanced. I mean, I think, you know, maybe it sounds like you want it to be more nuanced. Uh, Repetition, right, is a really interesting technique, right? Because it can, as you say, drive in a point. And I think driving in is a great word to use because it's a bit like, a hammer, right? Driving in a nail, right? We hit it, we hit it, we hit it, and every time it gets deeper and it gets stronger. And, you know, that's one thing we can do with repetition. A incredibly powerful, famous example of this is the poem Boots by Kipling, right? Love him or hate him, it is a hammer, right? Or it is a bunch of boots stomping, right? Um, but the idea of repetition is nuanced, right? Is a very tricky thing, uh, because if you get too subtle with repetition, it stops being repetition. If you like start changing your repetitions too much, they stop feeling like repetition. So it ends up being this very sort of narrow line to walk, right? I think repetition is a very impressive tool when used well, uh, because I do think it's hard, right? You could it's easy to do too much, and it's easy to do too little when you're repeating. Um, Now, so maybe we can talk about the repetition happening here, right? And I'll read from the start and kind of stop when I want to. It is often said that the healer's hands are the bloodiest, that the most fragile of wrists are the ones left shackled the longest. And we're already repeating here, and I'd say we're doing a more subtle kind of repetition, because there are a lot of things we can repeat. The cool thing with repetition is that repetition doesn't exist on its own, right? Repetition is only the use of other techniques, right? Let's say, I don't know, individual words, right? Language, imagery. We'll say like structures, shapes of things. It can be, the repetition of certain sounds, right? We might even call that alliteration or rhyme. Repetition can be the repetition of certain grammatical structures, right? It can be so much, right? But repetition can only really be like a pattern in other things. And here we have a repetition in like the grammar, basically, right? That the healer's hands are the bloodiest, that the most fragile of the wrists are often most the ones left shackled the longest, right? And we even have a repetition of longest and bloodiest, right? We're creating this, I don't know what you would call this suffix, but like that ist, that thing that makes it the most, right? Bloodiest, the most bloody, longest, the most long. Um, and, even most fragile, we say it. We could say fragilist, but that's not, fragilist isn't really a word. So we say most fragile. And even that is sort of kind of a nuanced repetition. Um, but so we're already like repeating things, even when we haven't got down to like all of these ideas here. So I'm just going to keep going. We're going to talk about repetition. This is going to be the repetition poem, I guess. I believe this to be true, almost factual, even guaranteed. And I think, again, this is a repetition. This is like a hammering in, right? I believe this to be true, almost factual, even guaranteed. And, this doesn't sort of from a grammatical perspective, right? From like the definitional perspective of the sentence, add anything, right? We say, I believe this to be true. Almost factual is like a synonym. Even guaranteed is again like a synonym, right? True and guaranteed. Although like by repeating them, we're actually doing something interesting here. Like we're almost, how does this make me feel? This line is really interesting to me. A receptiveness of levels going from belief to universal truth. Yeah. I believe this to be true, right? Almost factual, not quite factual, and then even guaranteed. We are sort of like changing this. I don't know. It's doing something really cool in my brain. And maybe it is that like, right, this isn't a hammering in of repetition because we're repeating the same thing that on like maybe a very surface level doesn't seem to be changing anything. But then in truth, each repetition is subtly changed. And I think that's the way, one of the ways to do nuanced repetition is to repeat something, right? We'll call it x, right? And non-nuanced repetition, we'll say, like in boots, we go x, 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 x. We say boots, 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 boots. Um, Maybe we'll do it like the poem. Boots, 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 boots. Y, moving up and down again. Boots, boots, something else. Z, boots, boots, whatever. And in this poem, right, we are repeating, but it's not just X, X, X. It's not I believe this to be true, true, true. It's like X, and then it's like X prime, and then it's like X prime prime or something. I'm using math because I like math. Um, where it's a slight change, right? And that's what I'm trying to say. Like these are sort of the same as at the root, but they're slightly different. X1, X2, maybe prime is sort of bad because that's like derivatives or something. Um, so we're like repeating, but every time we repeat, we're doing a very subtle change, right? And we're giving it this new spin. Uh, and it creates this inherent uncertainty because it's like we're correcting ourselves, but it also creates this kind of confidence that like maybe we're getting closer to something that's the words we're trying to say. Um, Maybe that's what this line feels like, but whatever it is, I like it. Um, Y'all have lots of thoughts about this. Um, uh, Apparently, slam was a huge influence on hyperspecificity of the 90s. Beat poetry probably was too. There's also a huge movement in Egypt. That makes sense. I don't know why I said that. That's neat. I didn't know that. Um, a receptiveness of levels. Okay. The juxtaposition not put into spotlight is the passive active nature of injury and crime, but still important. Okay, I think that's like more about the poem broadly. Egypt always makes sense. Fair enough. Uh, isn't imagismo a form of visual type imaginary, like William Carlos William or Ezra Pound? I don't know. Imagism, a form of visual type of imagery. I don't know. Y'all are saying lots of things in my chat, and I feel like you're going in a lot of directions here. um, but guarantee is weirdly future pointed, though guaranteed in this case goes more in the direction of theory. Guaranteed is a step below factual. Yeah, and we can think about like what is different about these words, and maybe that's just something I'll ask to everyone in chat. I mean, two of you have already given your thoughts, but we have true, or we have believed to be true, right? As one of our sort of repetitions in this line. We have almost factual, right? And then we have even guaranteed. And these are very different from each other, right? There's a shift from each one. Believed to be true. I think Imogen has to hurt us like cats. I mean, it's fine. I like Luis Gluck, Nikki. Luis Gluck is dope. Um, Believed to be true. I guess for me, right? I'll give my answers, and y'all are welcome to. Um, Believed to be true feels very personal, right? To me, I mean, I don't respect belief really in my own mind. If it's a belief, it's not supposed to be there. um, but belief is this like sort of personal thing to me. Belief is this, imprecise, subjective, my perspective, and then almost factual, right? Factual, really has this scientific feeling, um, which is, this sort of like empirical, studied, known, but like not quite. And I think that's really interesting. Like almost factual um, is sort of oxymoronic, um, because factual is like factual, and if it's not factual, it's not, right? Um, it being uh, this notion at the start. Um, like maybe that's like almost factual. It's a really fascinating thing to say, right? And then even guaranteed. And guaranteed. I mean, I think you said something earlier about guaranteed feeling sort of future pointed. Um, and yeah, guaranteed has this feeling of like a pattern, right? Like you know, and it's about like an event. It's something that happens, right? Something is guaranteed because it will happen and it has happened and it will continue to happen. Whereas factual, uh, like guaranteed feels less abstract maybe than factual. Um, to me, something about that, right? Belief is like head in the clouds. Factual has this like this wall of scientific sort of empiricism, and then guaranteed has this like confidence of like pattern and human. I'm not sure. Belief to be true equals conjecture. Almost factual equals unverified conjecture. Even guaranteed equals theorem. That's my interpretation. It's a P implies Q and not Q, and not Q implies not P kind of statement. Yeah, so we could see it as getting like more precise, right? I think is one way to put it. Um, conjecture, yeah, conjecture, sort of unverified but probable. It's a scientific way to put it. I like it. If it's a belief, it's not supposed to be there, Imogen. Yeah. uh, so close to factual that it is guaranteed. Yeah, almost factual. Like maybe that's another way to put it, right? Is that it seems true and it seems true often enough that like I can count on it. Like guaranteed has this sort of human practicality where like for all intents and purposes, I can assume it will happen, right? Can something be guaranteed and not factual? Probably, right? In that kind of context, like I can count on it, uh, even though like maybe I can't. We could think about like trusting another person, guaranteed, but that's not really factual. There's a number of reasons why like the person might not be able to help us, right? Um, Perhaps canon would be the next step up in literary truthiness. Yeah, that sort of steps into a different context. Wouldn't that make it almost guaranteed? Or almost guaranteed also? Yeah, unless you as a person just sort of accept that it's guaranteed without considering the almost of it, right? It's like within your mind, it's guaranteed, which sort of circles back to like the belief that it is true. Um, so then it's kind of circular. No questions asked, your money back guaranteed. Yeah, that's maybe a sleazy way to put it. Like, they're probably not going to give you your money back. I feel like at least that's what I hear. If guaranteed is a verb rather than an adjective, uh, yeah, I see. Your money back guaranteed. Yeah. Um, it is more actionable, right? Anyway, it's something to think about. Like I don't know. I think it's interesting that you like. Maybe I'm using this to call out that you said the fog frog, that your repetition is not nuanced, because maybe it can be. Um, Maybe this is just me. Maybe this is just really splitting hairs, and it's like, okay, well, I just wanted to say that 3 times, but the way that each of these 3 things is said, I think creates a lot to think about, and it creates a question like of the like no matter what, this creates a question of the certainty of this, and sort of what this means as like how this relates to like human perspective and like thought and empiricism and all of these things. And I think coming back to like becoming human and like the pain of being human and knowing, um I think a line like this fits really well in the poem, because it's sort of setting us up for to be thinking about knowing and thinking about what is guaranteed. Um, and then like later, right, you make these statements. Every crime comes with guilt, right? And when I read this on my first read, I'm like, the first thing that jumped in my head, like before I got to the next line, was like, does every crime come with guilt? Does every crime have to have guilt? Every injury comes with scarring? Like, no, right? It doesn't. And that's something interesting that this poem is doing. It's making these like really strong statements of truth that like probably aren't true. Um, but when we come back to this, like, I believe this to be true, almost factual, even guaranteed, we get this like conflation of belief in reality, uh, which is cool, right? Because like every injury does come with scarring, maybe according to line four, if that makes sense. All ravens are black, right? It's even guaranteed, you know? It's almost factual. I believe it to be true. Um, One does not understand blood without injury. One does not understand shackles without crime. And also, like this fourth line, right? It's connecting like belief, truth, understanding to experience, to the personal, right? I believe is this like personal thing, right? This sort of experience. Um, and then in these next two lines, right, we're saying that, understanding doesn't come without the experience of that thing, right? We cannot know blood without knowing the pain because of, I don't know, the association in the brain of that thing. You can't understand shackles without the crime, without the experience of doing that. Um, it's interesting. I was talking about empathy earlier, um, and this poem has I think probably really strongly relates to this idea of empathy. Um, Perhaps, right? Does it work the other way around as well? It. What do you mean it? I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure what you're asking about. That being said, you can clarify your question during the 3-minute break that we're about to take from stream. So y'all will have to leave your philosophizing and epistemologizing about this poem at the door for a second, because I command all of you to drink some water, step back from the poem, from the thought, look away from the screen, stand up, go to the bathroom, drink water, snack, stretch your old tired knees, all of you. Um, Touch your toes or something. Yeah, we'll be back in 3 minutes. Hello. Welcome back. Um. 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 Welcome back. Yeah. Um. Okay. We were talking about the poem. Uh. And stuff. Ishmael, you asked, does it work the other way around, as referring to one does not understand crime without shackles? So then the question is, does one understand? Wait. Oh, one does not understand crime without shackles, as one does not understand shackles without crime. Um, that's interesting, right? Because then that brings us to this notion of like every crime comes with guilt, right? Because this poem sort of suggests like every injury comes with the scarring, or sorry, blood comes from injury. It's an interesting thought. Um, right within this poem, right? I think that's an interesting question to ask of this poem, more so than something I would want to answer like in a vacuum. Whether this poem thinks that um, one does not understand crime without shackles, or whether this poem is fundamentally about the consequences rather than something else. Um, right, that like one must understand consequence through action, but not that maybe action is understood through consequence. I don't know. We'll keep that in mind, right? This sort of reversal of these things. I will write reverse, and I'll put a question mark here, and I'll probably never look at that again. um, Rayu said, but also poets never lie, as Longinus says. I think it was him. I don't know, but I know someone said it, right? But that's where we become philosophical as well, because no, not every crime does come with guilt, right? Um, but for those with empathy, every crime does. The stealing of the bread from a bakery that may be seen as one surviving. One with empathy could see as I took food from someone else's mouth. Right. Okay. So it sounds like empathy is something we will be exploring as we read this poem. Uh, and I really like the this idea of empathy as something relating to the experience of suffering. Um, this idea of becoming human is interesting, and maybe there's something being said here of humanness, being sort of equated to empathy, and that's sort of like a human impulse. Um, but we'll get there. I'm gonna read the whole poem again since we came back from the break, and then we'll get back into the middle section. To become human. It is often said that the healer's hands are the bloodiest, that the most fragile of the wrists are often the ones left shackled the longest. I believe this to be true, almost factual, even guaranteed. One does not understand blood without injury. One does not understand shackles without crime. But with every injury comes scarring. With every crime comes guilt. And every scar, every crime, I am reminded of at 3 a.m., where my bedroom is a hospital and a courtroom, and I am both the guilty and the sick every time. Healing and self-hatred are not mutually exclusive. They are one and the same. One does not become human without first knowing the pain of being one. To become human. So, we were discussing one does not understand blood without injury, one does not understand shackles without crime. Right. And this sort of idea, these things aren't necessarily factual, necessarily guaranteed. Um, and with every injury comes scarring, with every crime comes guilt. Um, I think it's cool that like we're repeating the idea of repetition. This is just something entirely unrelated to that. But we have this like one does not, one does not, without, and then we go like with every. Um, so we're sort of like doing repetition, but we're repeating different things every time. And then this is just every, right? So like when we're repeating, we get the idea of repetition as something that's happening, but it's sort of like we're repeating the repetition of two things. I think that's kind of neat because it's always shifting a little bit. Um, I'm getting Mary's color room vibes. Mary lives in a black and white room and studies to become the foremost expert on color, but without ever seeing it. She goes into another room and sees a red apple. Does she learn anything new? That's a fun kind of thought experience experiment, right? And this poem argues, I think, with our well, this poem I think is arguing something very specific, right? Um, and I'm gonna jump down here. One does not uh, become human without first knowing the pain of being one, right? And as this relates, how do I get there? How do I bridge this idea? So what you're saying, right? So this sort of thought experiment, furry combat wombat, this idea of Mary's color room, which I've never heard of, but I think it's really cool. Um, we have Mary's color room, right? And we have the question, as you say, Mary, she exists in a room that's all black and white. And maybe she has like books and stuff, and she like studies and tries to understand color without ever seeing color, right? And she goes into another room and she goes into a room that has red, right? And so the question is, right, can we know something? Can we know something, understand it, the notion of red, without ever seeing the color red? Or, more broadly, does knowledge only come from experience? Right? Can knowledge only be gained through experience? And that's like a really broad, maybe like philosophy of mind kind of question, right? And I think that's doing something very similar to this poem. And I think that's also not exactly the question that this poem is asking, right? Um, because I don't think this poem is asking something so broad as um, does knowledge require experience? I think it's looking at the kind of interaction between knowledge and understanding and experience. And I think a question like that maybe lays the groundwork for this poem. So I agree that like the vibe is very similar, right? That we're talking about this connection between experience and understanding. But really, right, this poem is looking at something more specific to me. At least that's how I read it, right? I read it as, we're talking about. I guess maybe this is where I jump to like the section with I, right? I am reminded every scar, every crime, I'm reminded of at 3 a.m., where my bedroom is a hospital and a courtroom, and I am both the guilty and the sick every time. Healing and self hatred are not mutually exclusive, they are one and the same. One does not become human without first knowing the pain of being one, right? So we have this idea of like literally sort of the thoughts that keep us up at night. And I really like this idea. Just like I think it's a very beautiful idea in of itself, like the thoughts that keep us up at night. But in this case, it's like this pain and it's this guilt, right? The courtroom is this notion of crime and guilt, right? I am both the guilty and I am the sick. And so the sick is our suffering. The sick is our injury, our scarring, sort of the pain from the world outside. And then guilt is maybe like the pain of the actions that we have taken, right? So others and ourselves. I think that's a really great kind of separation between the two that covers the bases nicely. Um, so we're kept up at night by pain, right? And then we say healing and self-hatred are not mutually exclusive, they are one and the same. One does not become human without first knowing the pain of being one, right? So we say that it requires self-hatred in the guilt. It requires pain, right, to understand being healed. It requires the notion of guilt to understand that of freedom. It requires, I mean, it says here, one does not become human, right? One does not understand humanity, maybe, without understanding the pain of humanity, right? That these things are sort of inseparable. Um, and so it's maybe specifically about these ideas of like self and maybe ethics and maybe again like empathy, um, and maybe that means the poem sort of assumes an answer to Mary's color room. It assumes knowledge must come from experience, and then it says based on that, right, how do we understand empathy, right? Maybe that's what I'm trying to say. The last line feels accusatory. It reads to me as, there are those who don't know the pain, yet claim vainly to be human. Cough, cough, megacorp CEOs, cough, cough. Right. And I mean, you do see this where maybe like people, we see this anecdotally, right? Where sometimes we have like the poorest people and we contrast them against like the richest people. And very often people with very little uh, are inclined to give and give whatever they have. And then people with an immense amount who are rich, seem to be unwilling to give and hoard and do awful things and take children to islands and stuff like that, right? Um, that's pretty like, a pretty strong generalization, right? Um, I mean, one could get kind of like uh, economic political theory about it and say that these people are fundamentally cruel because they've made money within a capitalist system that exploits people by its nature. Um, but that steps far outside of the poem. Um, accusatory is interesting, right? That this would feel like it's sort of maybe targeting someone. And I think there are people that um, would read that and feel as though they are being accused, right? Um, there are people who would be like, no, like I know what it is to be human, and I haven't experienced like that much pain in my life, but like I know, right? Um, and I think it can be leveled as an accusation, right? Stretching. The U.S. is infamous for specifically its healthcare and prison systems. That is true, right? We could read this poem very politically. The hospital and the courtroom, right? Our exploitative healthcare system, uh, and our very, world's worst, most awful um, uh, prison system. I mean, maybe El Salvador has outdone us in the last 3 years, um, but that's interesting. Yeah, if you read it as such, right? Um, where my bedroom is a hospital. But to me, I guess, and I think like one could look at it that way, and it fits within that. I just go back to like the very personal part of this poem, right? Every scar, every crime, I am reminded of at 3 a.m., where my bedroom is a hospital and a courtroom, and I am the guilty and the sick every time. Healing and self hatred, right, are not mutually exclusive. They are one and the same. Um, like, okay, both of these poems today that we've read, I've very much been inclined to like personally connect my experience to, which I think is something that we very reasonably can do as we read poetry. Um, but all of this really, for me, um, with this healing and self hatred are not mutually exclusive. They are one and the same. Connects to my own experience with like suicide, um, and my attempt at doing so, to sort of be in this like deepest state of self-loathing possible. Um, and that out of this experience, out of this pain, which is like probably like a fundamental underlying and like the deepest pain that I felt in my life, right? And uh this has enabled me and allowed me, like through the healing of that thing, right, to want to live more than I could even like imagine. Like I don't know. I have acquired like an immense desire to live from the immense desire to die. Um, and like an understanding of other people and their pain sometimes, or at least a desire to understand them. And that's sort of where this poem sits for me, um, within that sort of framework. Uh, and this poem's cool. This poem's cool because I think it changes on a second read. Um, you're on the right track, definitely. Fresh out of grippy sock vacation for me, so yeah. Oh, gotcha. um, but something that was really cool when I read this the second time after we took the break is the first line changed meaning after reading the poem and trying to understand it initially. Right. It is often said that the healer's hands are the bloodiest. Right. And this is where I think this connects to the notion of empathy, and this poem like circles back to the idea of empathy. Because this line says, right, that the person who has suffered the most, the bloodiest, right, is the person who seemingly has the most desire to heal, right? The person who is the healer, right? And you see this where like really mentally ill people want to be therapists, or even someone who like loses their mother to cancer and then like wants to cure cancer. Um, but I think more broadly, right, when we suffer, we don't want to see that suffering happen in others, right? And so we want to like help people. And this is sort of like the human impulse, right? To realize pain and to realize that pain exists in others. And so to want to like mitigate that. But that's only half of this poem. And I think the half of this poem that trips me up a little bit more, that I'm like not quite connecting the dots yet, is the half about guilt and crime, right? One does not understand shackles without crime, but with every injury comes scarring, with every crime comes guilt. Every scar and every crime I'm reminded of at 3 a.m. My bedroom is a hospital and a courtroom. And both the guilty and the sick. Like, I understand the sick experientially, um, but I want to understand the guilty. Um, though then there's the other side of, does knowledge bring the pain? Does becoming a healer make your hands bloody? Right. And like there's this idea, right, of helping people and being hurt through that, right? By any action that you sort of give to someone else, you could be spending that time on yourself, right? You could be selfish. You could, and in that sense, you sort of create a negative thing, where you are, um, you know, suffering. Um, He's saying ding, 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 ding. They're not mutually exclusive. Yeah. Um, and it sort of creates a cycle, right? You heal and you suffer, and your suffering helps you understand the healing or others' pain, and then you desire more to help. Um, when you are a heart surgeon, people die because of you, even if you save others. Yeah, definitely. There is that. Um, mm. Now, that still doesn't help me with that the most fragile of wrists are often most the ones left shackled the longest. I think that's fast, like fragile. One does not understand shackles without crime. Every crime. Every crime comes guilt. I guess so. Maybe this is like, I mean, we can see this is the inverse in the poem, right? You do good as the healer, and you hurt, and from hurt emerges good, right? And from good emerges hurt. So you get this like cycle, right? Of like hurt and good and hurt and good. And then the other side would be the guilt, and that would be doing hurt, right? And from doing hurt, like I don't think this suggests the opposite, right? It suggests that when you hurt people, it doesn't suggest that you get, I mean, you maybe get like, there are ways when you can get satisfaction from hurting others, or like the sort of selfishness, right? You get this sort of like affirmation of self. Um, and we can think of like the example you used earlier, Wombat, of the CEO, or, healthcare and prisons in America, where like, um, people doing hurt. I actually really like the healthcare and prisons thing, because there's this notion of like guilt and helping people, but by helping people you're hurting someone, and like you're creating this like harmful system that claims to help, in both cases. Uh, that slots so nicely into this poem. Even though I think it steps outside of the text, I think it really works. Um, but if we see it as like we can see this as, you do selflessness and you get hurt, and you do selfishness, and you sort of get rewarded, right? And then the reward, it kind of circles into the selfishness. But that's not how the shackles are being like portrayed. The shackles are betraying as like, you do hurt and you get hurt, um, but then like you become fragile. And maybe that says that hurt emerges from fragility, right? Which I think is a wonderful, astute, accurate notion to how that does in fact work. Um, and then this poem like is a really interesting, a really beautiful kind of meditation on like the notion of pain, and the notion of just being hurt and suffering, right? And how pain itself and how suffering can take us in very different directions, right? And suffering can yield more suffering, or suffering can yield good. And no matter what, these things will loop back onto suffering, right? And then we have the choice as the person to act, right? Provided we, like, exist within the framework of free action. And then we can do good, and we can suffer, and no matter what, we return to suffering, but we at least get to do one of these things and maybe, like, either reduce the suffering around us or increase the suffering around us, knowing that we will suffer anyway. This makes me think of Buddhism, and the Four Noble Truths. Maybe we'll write them down here. The Four Noble Truths, right? Which are: one, life is suffering. This is the first thing in Buddhism. Two, suffering ends, which is maybe about the point where this poem starts to step away from Buddhism. But then, like, three, there's, like, the Eightfold Path, which involves, like, some amount of, like, right and goodness and morality and, like, giving to people. Suffering ends. I feel like there's one other. I forgot, Anyway, it's been a while. Suffering ends. The path to end suffering is the Noble Eightfold Path. And I forgot the other one. Anyway, life is pain, Highness. Anyone who says otherwise is selling something. The Dread Pirate Roberts. What a great quote. But maybe then that's where this all connects, right? Everything returns to suffering. Everything returns to pain. Right? There will be self-hatred, there will be suffering, and there will be healing, and we will heal, and we can heal and do good and help. And, like, these things will just exist, right? There's sort of a fatal nature to this, right? There will be suffering. There will be good. I kind of like that. Tin Can 322. Hi, Tim. Could the healer be taking on the hurt, where the crime and the shackling is the pain and suffering a person has? And the healer, in the act of healing, has experienced the crime of others and wears their shackles. I like the words he said there. I need to read it again. Could the healer be taking on the hurt? Right. Yeah. And I think this is our right. It is often said that the healer's hands are the bloodiest. So we could literally frame it, right, as, like, hurt as this, like, object, right, that sort of moves. And we have one person, we have the sufferer, and we have the healer. And the healer takes the hurt away from the sufferer, right? Which is sort of a very interesting, like, material way to place that. Where the crime and the shackling is the pain and suffering a person has. And the healer, in the act of healing, has experienced the crime of others and wears their shackles. I like that. Right. That does connect everything very beautifully. The healer takes on the hurt. Right. The pain is the crime and the shackling. Crime and the shackling, the pain. It's so hard with chat to, like, read these things and, like, have these really deep conversations and make sure I'm, like, reading your things correctly, because I don't want to, like, misrepresent the things that people say. Okay, so we have the hurt, right? Let me draw this again. We have the hurt, right? And the healer takes the hurt, right? where the crime and the shackling is the pain and suffering a person has. So the hurt is sort of the crime, the shackling, and the suffering. The healer, in the act of healing, has experienced the crime and becomes shackled to their crime. I see. So you heal someone. You take off their shackles, and inherently in doing so, you place the shackles of another onto yourself, and you become shackled by that pain. That's heavy. But I think there's some truth in that, right? Um, because to heal, to help, you have to understand, right? You have to empathize. And in doing so, some of that necessarily gets placed on you. Um, so my interpretation of the shackles are this. Although poorly articulated, sure. The crime that shackles is empathy itself. To be eaten alive by their own humanity and empathy out of actions they perceive to be bad in the past. So the shackle comes from the relation of empathy to the fact of the past. That's the courtroom. Okay, so it is within the courtroom that we settle our internal disputes of empathy and guilt. The courtroom is where I am the judge, the jury, and the executioner, put on trial for crimes not completely understood. Damn. I mean, yeah, the courtroom is where I am the judge, jury, and executioner. So it is within the courtroom that these things are settled, that one like kind of deals with this guilt. Um, and that must coexist, or that does coexist. It doesn't, maybe not must, but it does, right? It coexists with the healing, with the desire to help. Oh, I see. So it's from that empathy, right? Because empathy is sort of like the root, right? The core thing that leads us to recognize guilt in our past. And empathy also gives us the desire to heal. Um, and then it is through healing that we sort of take on pain. And this sort of has this like feeling of like penance, right? Of like of a sort of rectification of like sin, in a sense, um, right? Because in healing we take on the pain of others, as a sort of like almost like balancing and evening out of the guilt, like a reparation. That's a really cool. That's so cool because it all kind of starts with this empathetic impulse, um, and it's through this thing that this gets settled, right? So healing and self hatred are not mutually exclusive; they're one and the same because they're like they're like two sides of a coin. But here's the thing: you cannot be put on trial for a crime that isn't understood. You should read Kafka. Maybe you should just read Kafka's The Trial, because it concerns being put on trial for a crime you can't understand or that isn't understood. You could also read, Fog Frog. I have one of my like deep cut favorite books of all time that I don't talk about very much. Um, is by Nabokov. Um, Vladimir Nabokov. Um, and the book is not his most famous work, Lolita, but it's his work, Invitation to a Beheading, um, to a beheading. Um, it's like this surrealist, absurd thing that's also about a crime that one cannot understand, and also about like uh, dreaming and punishment, and I don't really remember, but I really loved it. Very surreal. Um, but here's the thing: you cannot be put on trial for a crime that isn't understood. It requires a charge to be specified. So ultimately, the jury needs to find a crime, and that crime is feeling too much. Compassion is the poison, and I was the one administering. You're spitting. You are spitting the fog frog. The jury needs to find a crime, and that crime is feeling too much. That is not a poet. Come on. That the jury needs to find a crime, and the crime is feeling. Come on, that's so. Yeah. Um, you might like William Blake as well. He's a poet. Um, you might like William Blake. Oh, Harrison Bergeron. What another great story. Another great recommendation being dropped in chat. Um, uh, yeah. To that, to the jury needs to find a crime and the crime is feeling too much. I offer the quote from Blake. The fox condemns the trap, not himself. Um, I need to read more Vonnegut myself. Slaughterhouse-Five is my favorite novel. That's a great choice as a favorite novel. It's really funny. Ever since I read it, I say "so it goes" like all the time, um, and it's like the way I speak has been irrevocably affected by Kurt Vonnegut. So, because I love "so it goes" as an expression from that book. Um, Now we're getting like derailed into recommendations, but um, interesting that I mentioned Dazai at the start. I almost began this poem with a recommendation. You might enjoy this one too. No Longer Human, um, just because it's kind of cool. It's different. It's more about death within the or like humanity within the eyes of others, the condemnation of others, less so than the self condemning the self. Um, I've been meaning to read it again since it's fairly short. Yeah, Harrison Bergeron is one of my favorite short stories of all time. I read it in high school, and I like really made fun of it because we all thought his name was kind of funny, Harrison Bergeron. Um, but it's definitely stuck with me. Like, it's a great story. um, okay, I want to go back to this comment, but here's the thing: you cannot be put on trial for a crime that isn't understood. It requires a charge to be specified. It requires a charge to be specified. One does not understand shackles without crime, right? You can't understand the position without this sort of thing charged against you. I see, and that makes the shackles, the feeling too much, and the empathy. Um, so ultimately, the jury needs to find a crime, and that crime is feeling too much. Compassion is the poison, and I was the one administering it to myself. That's really cool. I mean, so the fog frog. I think you have. Uh, I think this way of thinking about things, right? This way that you've like analyzed these emotions and these like uh patterns within your own mind probably uh is something that serves itself very well to writing poetry, um because I think just like in your um, in your descriptions there, your those last couple messages, uh, like that's such like a beautifully astute way to sort of talk about like the human mind and suffering. At least that's how I see it. Um, Now, of course, there are other ways to express it that aren't poetry. Could this argument be a basis for an eye for an eye? That the punishment is the intimate understanding of what you've done. Well, maybe it's also that almost that this mind described in the poem is the punisher that naturally rectifies things in an eye for an eye manner, but that one with empathy, one with compassion, one who is human, almost does not need a punisher, because the empathetic the person, punishes themselves. Um, and that guilt is sort of like, at least for this person, right? This person needs no external punisher, um, because the punishment is carried out. And I think it is a interesting because the whole framing of this poem does imply, right? It does hinge upon the fact. Maybe it's not an argument, but it's almost based on the notion of eye for an eye, right? Because the whole thing is predicated on the fact that the guilt requires, right? It needs to be rectified in some way. Right? There needs to be a punishment, right? With every crime comes guilt. One could be liberated from this if they were liberated from guilt, right? If the past could die. Um, I personally think that with the killing of the past, the killing of the guilt, one can become a healer with clean hands. But that's very difficult to do. Definitely, an eye for an eye on yourself. The punishment is understanding the action of what you've done. Yeah. Um, that's beautiful. I think this tells me. I mean, this of course kind of tells me that you're a very empathetic person, and I think that's good. Even though it is your shackles, um, it's very hard shackles to have. Uh, yeah, it's a very hard shackles to have. um, that's a cool poem. um, it's one of those poems that's very puzzle like, right? One of those philosophic puzzles. Um, that's like that's inviting you, the reader, to sort of make the connection between all of these different things. Um, I think it's those are hard, right? Because not everyone like makes the connection. Um, because there are people that honestly aren't self-aware at all. Yeah, they do things that are inherently bad and carry on with no guilt or understanding. It's why murderers sleep at night peacefully, and it's why good people stay awake at night, punishing themselves for their sins. Yeah, one does not become human without first knowing the pain of being one. It's this poem's really cool because it has these last two lines that read, right. These read like a moral. They read like a conclusion. that say like, oh, okay, here is like the happy wrapped up conclusion that you should have about this poem. One does not become human without first knowing the pain of being one. And that is the conclusion. That is the whole idea of the poem. But then like there are a number of other conclusions to be drawn and to be understood, like based on like this premise that like helps all of this become understood. And it's almost like this last line acts as a sort of key, right, to unlocking the rest of the poem. I think that's a really cool way to write. But for every sleeping murder, there's a person who pays for the single grape that they ate out of starvation. Yeah. Yeah. Um, you have good ideas, the Fog Frog. You, I'm surprised that you haven't read very much philosophy. um, but of course, you don't need to read philosophy to understand things like this. Um, like, I wonder, how much like how much new that like a Kafka or a Dostoevsky would point you toward. Um, it makes sense why you would want to read Dostoevsky, having read this poem. Um, I think you should read the Tao, but I recommend everyone to read the Tao because it's my favorite philosophy book. Um, but I don't know. I've always been interested in philosophy and existentialism a lot. Um, as a whole, to be honest, but socially speaking, I'm nearing the end of my 20s. I've started to realize that the depths of my interest and soul aren't really socially recognized very much. So I've started to just take those interests now. Gotcha. Um, oh man. Uh, as in the Warhammer 40k Tao. No, as in Taoism. Tao, the Tao, as in East Asian uh, philosophy, um, religionified philosophy. um, I think in the Dostoevskys and the Kafkas, um, you might find dead people who you relate to, the Fog Frog, um, and then you'll just be sort of disappointed that they're dead. But at least you'll find that. Um, I think your poetry is really dope. I think you should keep writing poetry. Guys got kicked off Tinder. What the heck, Callie? Um. Uh. Uh. Is it hard to get kicked off Tinder? That's probably good. I mean, like Tinder's like a bad thing to be on. I had a friend many years ago who recommended me Sylvia Plath. I mean, back then I was a stoner dragging his way through high school, so I didn't pay much attention. But Sylvia has come up a lot too recently, so I might pick up her books too. Plath is very tormented. I haven't read very much Plath, but you can talk to Nikki a lot about Plath if you want to know about Plath. Um, I guess Callie can talk to you about Plath as well. Um, I'm glad that you're reading, that you're gonna look into these things. I think that's good. Yeah, that's good. And you're like not even 30, so right? You said you're in your late 20s. You got like a whole life to. I'm only 22. uh, I'm the young one. I feel like most of chat's pretty young. Even the old people in chat are like young, old people. Heard about the stories of people being so outraged they chiseled Hughes off her gravestone. And honestly, valid crash out. He seemed like a horrid man. Yeah, valid crash out indeed. um, yeah. Her daughter's forward is absolutely beautiful. If you pick up Ariel, do the one arranged by her daughter and not her ex. Ha, yeah. um, okay. I feel like you're 23, Wombat. I feel like that tracks. Just username and what did you write about the other day? I feel like that just tracks for being on Twitch. What were you writing? I feel like you were writing about. Yeah, I buy it. Um, um. Okay, so anyway, any other questions or thoughts from people on this poem? I feel like we're sort of naturally headed in a different direction, and that's okay. Um, I feel like we had a long talk about this one, um, and if there are any questions from you, Frog, or questions from others, or comments, or that kind of thing, this would now be an excellent time for those things to be shared, right? Last time I talked about my age, I felt like my grave was being dug, so I'll remain silent. Yeah, I mean, you can just know that whenever I mention old people, I'm talking about you, Nikki. That was mean. But even like you're not old, right? Like there are no like 60-year-olds in my chat, except when my dad comes in sometimes. Um, and my mom has been in chat before a long time ago. My mom doesn't come into chat anymore, nor does my dad really. Um, but the fact that they did is pretty awesome. Uh, Honestly, I'm grateful. I didn't expect so much discussion out of something I whipped up in 10 minutes, but I may just buy a notebook alongside my books. It makes me so happy. um, that yay, yeah. Get yourself a notebook. Um, Something I do is I do pocket-sized notebooks. This one's actually full. These are like inserts for a leather thing that I have. Um, but then I can carry them with me wherever I go. Um, so that whenever I have an idea or a thought, even if it's not a full poem, I can just write it down. That really helped me as a beginning poet, and I still do it. And I've now filled at least 20 of these, at least 1,400 pages. um, Maybe my calling hasn't been digital content, but unshackling my tortured genius manic crazes at 4 a.m. until I die in my 40s and my works are posthumously published. um, hey, well, when we start the twitch.tv/2/3 Lotus Literary Magazine, maybe we can get you published before you're posthumous. Um, um, no guarantees, though. I don't know. I've not discussed that yet with other Lotus. Um, don't die in your 40s, Frog. That's like it's like giving up half of the time to write. Um, but I understand the manic unshackling as a formerly very very manic individual. Very manic. I've also been in the grippy sock jail, um, as this part of the conversation might have implied. um, you never know when inspiration will come to your mind. Absolutely. and all of it is valid and can become poetry, and also doesn't have to. You've been in 15 times, dude. Once was enough that I'm like, I am going to make damn sure I'm never going back there again, because my stomach could just not handle the food. And I said, like, whatever I do, it's not worth it for that food, you know? Um, yeah, that's why I went on Grippy Sock Vacation too. I went once, and that shit was terrifying. Oh, yeah. I feel like I don't even think the psych ward is something I've processed. And I went 2.5 years ago. Um, 2 years and 3 months ago. Um, I think I've like really compartmentalized a lot of it away. It was like this haze. Um, and I like, yeah, it was like really, yeah. Um, I'd rather die drunk, broke at 34, and have people at a dinner table talk about me than live to be rich and sober at 90 and nobody remembered who I was. Andrew Neiman, Whiplash. See, I just disagree with him so much, and I think Whiplash is a cautionary tale. Um, and I think as artists, um, if you can go half as hard and write for twice as long, 3 times as long, 34, 90. I don't know. That's my opinion. I really value life, having tried to take mine. Um, Beautiful, amazing, disturbed people in there. Oh, yeah. Um, but goddamn was I glad to get home to my cat. Yeah. I've always managed to talk my way out of actually going to the psych, but I definitely should have gone. Yeah. Now we're poets. But you're not a poet, Frog, as you insist. I'm going to read this poem one more time. Uh, and it's probably going to hit me much harder now with all the talking about it. Um, it's a cool one. I think you have, I don't know. It's already great, and there's like immense poetic potential. Uh, it becomes, it becomes, to become human by Dot the Frog Frog. It is often said that the healer's hands are the bloodiest, that the most fragile of the wrists are often most the ones left shackled the longest. I believe this to be true, almost factual, even guaranteed. One does not understand blood without injury. One does not understand shackles without crime. But with every injury comes scarring, with every crime comes guilt, and every scar, every crime, I am reminded of at 3 a.m., where my bedroom is a hospital and a courtroom. And I am both the guilty and the sick every time. Healing and self-hatred are not mutually exclusive. They are one and the same. One does not become human without first knowing the pain of being one. To become human by the Fog Frog. Yeah, we can get some snaps in chat. Snaps or claps or whatever else we do to celebrate. Bim bim bims. Stuff like that. um as terrifying as it was a real circuit breaker for me as well. A huge perspective shift. It's not for everyone, but it can be a painfully insightful experience. Yeah, psych ward was very painful. Um, and then after I was in the psych ward, I smoked weed for the first time. Uh, and I had the most miserable, like, 2 hours of my life, uh, where, like, my mind opened to all of my insecurities. That one was really cool. Clapping with your teeth, Wombat? That's really freaky. That's really weird. Why are poets so weird? Guys, don't be weird like that. I'm gonna do a break, an ad break, uh, and then we'll come back. Um, Mine was voluntary to begin with. That became involuntary real quick. Same, same. I had to lock in and be very calm when they told me you're stuck here until we say so. Uh, like I was super manic. I tried to off myself. I like submit myself to the psych ward, and then I was like, oh no, I need to get out of here. um, and I like masked like crazy. Um, I did like the yeah I did like the autism lock in. Anyway, I'll be back in 3 minutes. Step away from the screen, drink some water, stretch, take care of y'all's beautiful human vessels. I'll be back in a minute. Welcome back. Um, Thank you again for sending that poem, Fog Frog. For submitting, and thank you, Maytari, earlier. Um, it's always a vulnerable thing to share poetry. It really impresses me that people do it and want it to go to me. I've said it. I say it like almost every time. Say it again, but it means so much. It means so much that I get to read stuff and get to learn from. I get to learn from so many different people. Yeah, because if y'all didn't know, you sending me things is secretly teaching me all the best parts of y'all's writing, so I can become the greatest writer in the world. This is my training arc or something. Yeah, welcome back. Yeah, good poems today. But when do I not think that? With our voices combined. Yeah, the ultimate poem man, right? Right. I'm like the cobbled synthesis of all things. That's me. We'll get there eventually. Someday I'll write poetry as good as my chat. Poetry shown in anime when? Maybe someone in this community has to make it. Are there any well-known anime about poetry? There's like a lot of great anime about different arts. There's great music anime, right? We have like Your Lie in April, iconic. We have like I don't know what. There's that new one that I didn't watch, like Bochi, The Rock, and then there's like Blue Period, great visual art. Oil painting is what he does in terms of art anime. There's Food Wars, cooking, another art. I don't think there's. Does DDLC count? It's a visual novel, so not an anime. I love visual novels though, and I think Doki Doki is wonderful. I haven't played it in a long time. Man, what a great game though. I want to make my own visual novel. That's something I really would like to do as an artistic project, or something that I probably will do. And I'm gonna do all the music for it, and I'll do the writing, and I probably won't do the art, but I can do the other parts. I don't think I produce music. Yeah. I'm both an instrumentalist and, as of recent, I am an ambient music creator. I am only just beginning on the actual sort of producing music within I write in Ableton, but I've been playing music for certainly much longer than I've been writing. I play the saxophone. Here's my soprano saxophone. There's my alto saxophone. There's a piano. There's a flute there too. Yeah, I use Ableton because I could pirate it. I had this awful sort of ordeal of downloading a pirated Ableton, because I was it was from one of the sites that limits your download speed. So I had this 17-hour download, and I kept accidentally closing my computer and interrupting it. So it took me 3 days to download Ableton. But I finally did it, and now I have it. I don't really have much to show yet, to show you all on stream. Eventually I would love to have my stream have my own music, but I'm just not. I'm not there yet. I wanted to play DDLC, but I watched a streamer play it and stopped the moment yeah. The Sayori thing is really, really intense, right? Like that is a moment of all time. Um, I would consider streaming Doki Doki. I streamed Omori a long time ago, um, and I didn't actually finish it because like something it stopped working on my computer because it's not compatible with Mac. So I was like doing something through like something I downloaded on like GitHub, and then it stopped working. So I never finished Omori, but I have done gaming streams before. I've done Magic the Gathering streams fairly often. But I think Poet playing Doki Doki would be a good stream, and that's a really wonderful example of video games as a really valuable way to tell stories. This is something I'm quite passionate about. Is that I think video games are probably the most important like emerging form of storytelling that we have, and we're kind of probably entering into like a I don't know, maybe like a golden age, but like I think video games are one of the most important storytelling things we have in a world where like the classical arts are becoming less and less sort of important and less popular. Things like Doki Doki, things like I've heard great things about the story of I don't know, um, uh, what's that game like something 33 game that came out last year. Um, uh, and then Obscura 33 or something. I played Disco Elysium recently. They that studio just came out with another game which is not on Mac. Yeah, so anyway, video games as storytelling I think is a really important thing for writers. And that's something I think many writers should consider shifting toward. Um, I'm the opposite, longtime producer but guitarist for 2 years. Dude, that's dope that you play guitar. Um, Ableton Best, I think. Ableton's also nice for live mixing as a instrumentalist. Fellow Magic the Gatherer, yes. I was gonna become a judge, but then they paywalled it. Now I just play casual, and I happen to have 20 commander decks within 10 feet of me right now. I was also gonna become a judge, um, and then like they shut down the Judge Academy or whatever. Um, I really wanted to. It was about maybe a year ago. I was like, oh, I really want to be a judge, and then I'm like, oh, you can't really do that officially anymore because they'd shut it down like a year or two prior, or something. Um, because I mean, I really was thinking about like getting very competitive with the game, and I thought that would help with like knowing the rules on that level. Um, I feel like there's still I play a lot still. I play some standard on Arena, and I draft a lot, and I have a cube. Um, you judged the first Grand Prix in Vegas, dude. Nikki, why are you so cool? That's actually crazy. Um, that's wild. That's so sick. Um, Layers, yeah. Layers, my beloved. I don't play Commander though. I'm very against Commander. I just don't enjoy the format really at all. Um, I like Draft. Draft is the supreme way to play Magic. Anything else is inferior, basically. Is my personal opinion. Uh, yeah, drafting good. I love it. I love the strategy. Uh, you have to basically be a judge to pilot my artifacts deck. Kurt Clan's Ironworks combo in there. I've Kurt Clan like combos with everything. It's not that. It's not that crazy. Um, who are your favorite commanders? furry combat wombat. I actually, so I don't play commander, but I do have two commander decks, um, because sometimes other people like really want me to play with them, and I sigh and I grumble and I say, okay, I guess I do get to play Magic if I suffer a commander with these people. So one of my commander decks is Metamai the Ageless from Theros, which is one of the first sets I played. Um, Wait, was Metamai in Born of the Gods? Doesn't really matter. Um, Metamai is a 6-drop 4/4 Sphinx with flying, who, when he hits an opponent, deals combat damage to a player. You take an extra turn after this one, and he can't attack on extra turns. So the deck is Sphinx Tribal, um, and it's a combination of some counter spells, some equipment to suit up Metamai and give him double strike and like hexproof and stuff, and then a bunch of Sphinxes because I really love Sphinxes as just like a creature. Um, so it's not a good deck, but it surprises people because I'll drop like the propaganda ghostly prison to stay alive, and then like bam, you just got double striked by Metamai. I'm taking 2 extra turns, and then sometimes I win games out of nowhere. And then my other deck, that's a commander deck, is Polukranos Unchained from Theros Beyond Death. You can tell I'm a Theros enjoyer. Um, Polukranos Unchained is really bad. He fights things, and the whole deck is just trying to set up Polukranos being able to infinitely fight everything on the board and eat everyone else's creatures and not let anyone else play the game with creatures. I call it Polukranos Fight Club. Um, and it's just giving him stuff that like prevents damage dealt to him, and then like gives him counters when things die. So he just eats things. My pet deck is Tavasa the Sunlit. Bant enchantments. Okay, I know that. So you like just playing lots of cards. You like drawing cards, maybe. My favorite commander though was Golos, but they banned him. They did do that. The Rolf, God of Fury, is mono red burn control. I don't know that card. The Rolf. Is that from Kaldheim? I don't. Ha! I'm so good. It is from Kaldheim. Oh, he's this guy. Right, they have the double side gods. Excess damage to any target. Oh, I see. So you just blasphemous act. Yeah, you win. That's kind of fun. I like monocolored or like 2-colored commander decks. I think those are generally cooler than like 3 and 4 and 5 color, because then you just get to play everything. I love commander decks with limits, which is why I'm like Sphinx Tribal or Polykranos fighting everything, right? Like I don't want to make good decks because I don't like the format. I want to have fun. That being said, I probably would play CEDH because I think that's kind of neat. Why do I get the feeling you would really enjoy Beyblades? That's like, I remember I've maybe done like 2 Beyblade battles in my life. See, I never really saw the appeal of like my spinning metal thing against your spinning metal thing. I'm a big strategy person, you know. And like within games, I like choice, right? And I like choices that matter. And I guess Beyblades don't strike me as a strategic choice based sort of game, right? It's like, ooh, they do spin, and that's kind of fun, right? The Beyblade spinning and whacking into each other, that's sick, right? Um, yes, Beyblades are cool. But I feel like they're cool in my head, you know? Beyblades was the most fun when you cheat at it and stick heavy things in them to make them stronger. There's a lot of undergrad level physics that goes into Beyblades these days. Okay. Maybe I'm sorely mistaken um about Beyblades as a strategic thing. Um but even right, that's all the choices you make up to the point, and then you like once it's going, you just let go of it, right? Um I like the idea of me playing the last card, putting the last piece in place that gives me victory. I like when things come together. So I like combos in Magic. I like moving parts and that sort of like complexity of choice. I love the idea of like toolbox decks in Magic, things like Birthing Pod in its heyday, where you're like grabbing different things and like non-linear wins or like non-deterministic combos. Um, I think that stuff is cool where like you have this like difficulty of intellectual navigation where like the choices matter so much more when they like give you an edge in that way. I guess I really like board games. I play a lot of board games. Tin Can 322 knows this. We've played Twilight Imperium together a couple times. Um, I'm also a D&D person. Tin Can knows this. We've played D&D together a couple of times. Um, um, yeah, I feel like I generally am interested in the all the blanket nerd hobbies. It seems. You would like Yu-Gi-Oh then? Yeah, I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh. And I feel like, yeah, I don't know much about Yu-Gi-Oh at all. Um, that's a big blind spot for me, and I feel like I'm indebted, like like I have sunk cost. Like I know one card game, I know Magic, I have Magic cards, and uh, it's like how am I gonna go like get into Yu-Gi-Oh? That seems like a really bad decision. um, because I've stopped spending money on Magic. I don't buy cards anymore. Um, I'll spend money to draft in person only, and I haven't done that in a long time. But to get into another game, I don't know. I should probably just get good at Magic and go to the Pro Tour or something. I don't really think I'm gonna do that. I think I don't think my existence is headed in that direction. Though I've been playing a lot. Yu-Gi-Oh has 20 plus action nonlinear turns. The turn ones where you don't know for sure if you don't fizzle out. I mean that's kind of cool. I do think like turn ones are troubling, right? Because I also like interaction within games. I like playing control as well. Um, I think a good game, you're out navigating yourself in the game, but you're also out navigating your opponent, right? And there's probably strategy within that, and there's probably interaction within Yu-Gi-Oh. So, um, but I've heard vaguely that sometimes Yu-Gi-Oh is just like you show up, your opponent wins on turn one, and you don't have anything to do about it, and that seems troubling, right? And like Magic's not perfect. Magic's got lots of problems. But Magic's been with me for so long. I love Magic. But more than anything, I do poetry and music. This was the highlight of my judging career. Facebook link. Do I have to log into Facebook? No, I can hit X. Oath of the Gatewatch World Premiere. So you're somewhere here? Are you... Hold on. Hold on. So you judged at that event. Are you the judge at the very start? You were you were head judge at this event? Dude, that looked like a trans person. That's dope. They had those when Oath of the Gatewatch was out. That's a crazy thing to say. um, you judged it solo? There was one judge? Dude, that sounds so horrible. That's very cool. Neat. Wild. Unsurprising, I guess, that so many people who do poetry or Magic players who've been in the psych ward who do music, right? It was invitation only. Neat. Um, as the saying goes, being good at rock, paper, scissors and being good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Have a correlation. Gotcha. See, that's troubling to me. Like, that makes me not want to get into the game. Is before the pre-release. That's so sick. Yeah, maybe I'll stay away from Yu-Gi-Oh! Then. But, you know, the thing is, like, you can want all of these things in a card game. You can want it to be, like, interactive and not have a turn one advantage and have the potential for crazy combos and have a number of viable different play styles and, you know, last for enough turns that it, like, is compelling and the games don't don't end in a boring way. Like, you can ask for all of these things, and no game is going to no game is going to have all of these things, right? So it's sort of like, I think once you've chosen one, like I'm invested in Magic, you know. and I don't think, I think that's that, right? You were the token neurotypical in your collegiate friend group. Yeah, I don't think I had neurotypical friends in college. Yeah, no, definitely not. I mean, some of them were kind of normal. Some of them were kind of normal. You had the reputation for being the two-headed giant judge. Interesting. Really know the two-headed giant rules. It's been a long time since I've played two-headed giant. Yeah. Well. Yeah. The one guy that in that video owns a game store in Vegas. Wait, maybe I recognize him. Cause I've been to most of the game stores in Vegas as a Vegas resident, right? Hello, Mr. Ozzy Waldy. Welcome in. We're talking about Magic the Gathering. We read a couple poems today, so that was good. My day has been good because we read some really badass poetry that people sent me. And then yeah, no complaints. Day has been great. How has your day been, Mr. Ozzy Waldy? It's a good name. Well, shit. Don't know anything about that. I mean, you don't have to know anything about those things to be around. We talk about all sorts of things on this channel: philosophy, writing, poetry, other stuff, whatever. Oh, Stomping Grounds. I haven't actually been to that store in Vegas. I've heard good things about it, so that's at least good. Um, you were born in Vegas, then at age 4 my family moved because this isn't a place to raise a kid. I was in Vegas starting in the 8th grade, and then have been here until now. So from age 14 or 15 to 22. Uh, yeah. Um, yeah. You're writing your novel's final chapter? That's huge. Last chapter is like the last one. Like there's nothing that comes after that unless you have like a epilogue, postlude, postlude, post epilogue lude, um, afterward, note from the author, epilogue, etc. That's pretty cool. Um, Congratulations on that, because uh, yeah, I started to write a novel a number of months ago. It fizzled out like most of my creative projects because I'm one of those people. I start things and then they die. Stream is like the only thing that hasn't died because it just hosts my creative projects. Sometimes I do music on here. Sometimes it's poetry. It used to be calligraphy, and I stopped that. But you can see some calligraphy on the wall that is mediocre because that was a practice. Yeah, all sorts of things. Um, yeah. There's an epilogue that will lead into the next novel. Ooh, what's your novel about, Mr. Ozzy Waldy? I guess I'm interested in knowing. Um, Calligraphy with a fountain pen. Yeah. Um, I have them. They're not nearby. I was using a speedball. Wait, they're up here. Ba-bam. Fountain pen. Or a dip pen, not a fountain pen, a dip pen. And then I use fountain pens for my normal writing. Uh, my pen of choice right now is the Pilot Kakuno, but I'm not enough of a pen person to have told you that without looking at it. Um, so, extra fine. Uh, I ran out of ink recently. I was using blue ink, but before that I was using brown ink, and I think I'm going back to brown ink because I really like brown ink. Way better than black. And better than blue. um, Me when I have just the first page and final monologue of my 4-page novel series along with a ton of notes. Yeah, or 4 novel book series, yeah. Um, yeah, that's how it be, right? Um, So you're reading more about Kafka. There's something that I find very interesting. What do you find interesting about Kafka? This man who wholeheartedly thought he was useless, hated himself, seen himself as fundamentally worthless, gave some of the most important literature of the 20th century. There's something very bittersweet in that. Yeah, I mean, like lots of artists are very self-hating. Uh, Many of them don't keep living all the way. Um, so you know, I do think there's a sort of beauty, a sort of reflective beauty, in him thinking he was useless and providing some important literature. Um, Very visionary, right? Very creative. Um, yeah, courtroom drama. Better Call Saul or Judge Judy or Ace Attorney. That's what your book is. That's cool. I did watch Better Call Saul. I thought it was really good. Um, I enjoyed that. So if you can do it that well, then sure. uh, I'm sure it's a banger. I don't have a dip pen, but a fountain pen. Excellent. I think fountain pens are lovely. I think that's really cool. Phoenix writes an amazing game. I have not played it. Maybe that would fit into my general literary sort of streaming. Did you learn the art from the writers of the Islamic Golden Age? Uh, if you're referring to calligraphy, no. If you're referring to me knowing about writers of the Islamic Golden Age, No, not really much about that either, unfortunately. Um, yeah, I really don't. I'm not very versed in any of that. Sadly. Us creative types need our mandatory imposter syndrome. Among Us? Among Us? Yeah. Um, and it's not mandatory. I'm pretty much done with it. Uh, I mean, I'm honest and like I definitely look at my art and I see like bad things in it. Um, but I definitely acknowledge like my art has like value probably, and I'm not like I don't deserve this. I think it's really interesting that I've only been writing for 2.5 years, and I like teach people about poetry on the internet. That's a really weird one. Um, I used to imposter about it. I'm like, why am I? Why do people see me as a teacher? But now I'm pretty chill about it. Yeah, for those of you who are new, the Kataras and the uh, uh, Aussies and the furry wombat and the fog frogs. I've only been writing for 2.5 years, I believe. That's sort of the rough timeline. Isn't that kind of crazy? I think that's crazy. Should I share some of my poetry? I wrote one the other day. Uh, Sort of a weird poem to share, but I guess it's kind of cool. You started last year in February. That's dope. Um, Writing in general or writing poetry? I think maybe you're referring to your novel or writing your novel. Maybe. I see you're reading others' work. May I share the very novel I'm writing? Yeah. So the way that it occurs is that you join the Discord server, and then in the Discord server we have a sort of like submission thingy called stream submissions, and it's like a Discord forum, and then you can put your stuff in there. Uh, Generally, I mean, I'm pretty much done with stream for today, so I'm not gonna read it today. But if you post like a section of a chapter or a chapter, depending on how long your chapters are, you know, um, I would certainly read it. Um, but I'm not doing that right now. Writing novels began out of spite. Began out of spite. How did spite drive you to create novels? Um, I'm writing about an elite school where the bottom 10% in each class are expelled, and the tuition for all 4 years is due up front. That kind of makes me think of like there's this like anime that I watched a long time ago, and I think they did more seasons of it more recently. It's called like Classroom of the Elite, maybe, or something. There was only like one season out when I watched it, and I think maybe there are more now. Um, Kind of makes me think of that, if anyone's familiar. Um, I think the kind of like elite school thing is interesting premise sometimes. It can be kind of fun. I've never really found it to be very like serious. Like I feel like it should be like okay, so I think of like Food Wars, the manga and the anime, which has like the cooking battles where like people can get expelled over losing a cooking battle, and they have like their top 10 cooking students, and it's all like hyper competitive and whatever. And I feel like those are very well suited for like goofy battle anime, and like I'm gonna climb to the top and be the best, and it's like the whole that. And it's not so much like I've never seen it done like as like a serious so to speak, um where it's like tonally heavy. You're going for Harry Potter minus J.K. Rowling plus darker themes. Okay. um I think that could be cool because I don't think I've necessarily seen like the super elite school thing done in a way that's not like goofy, right? I think that's a line that one must be careful about. Um, I read this YA novel. I don't know if it was YA, but maybe it's a little above YA. A couple years ago, and it was about like this theater school and these like theater kids, and then one of them like kills one of the other students or something, and they're in this like theater school that's in a castle. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Does anyone know what this book is? I feel like it's like generally targeted probably toward like high school and like 20 something like theater kids. Um, very like over dramatic characters. It was kind of good. Like I liked it. Um, but again, it was like this is like too much. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if anyone can conjure that book for me. But I thought it was decent actually. um, you see, I watched Mushoku, Mushoko, Mushok. That's how you know I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. Mushoku Tensei, Isekai Reincarnation. I have heard of this, and I've heard a lot about it, and I never watched it. 40-year-old man reincarnated as a baby, right? Stole the house. Yep. Fast forward, he slept with a red hair girl, slept together. Yeah. The chapter itself, the first 3,000 plus, and the other 10,000 plus. Okay. Uh, yeah, Mushoku Tensei, kind of weird, right? It pissed me off so much I wrote my own isekai. Fair. Is it good? Fuck no. Was it a good story? Yes. There you go. Yeah, isekai is within anime and manga specifically, or I guess Japanese media. It's a Japanese thing where you get like transported to another world. Um, Really specific genre, but there's a ton of them. Katara. There are like a ton of isekai anime and manga, and it's like a whole thing. And there's like I got reincarnated in another world as a slime. Like that is a real anime. I got reincarnated as another world as a slime. There's one where like a demon lord gets reincarnated on Earth as a McDonald's worker. Um, there's like it's just weird, you know. um, I had an idea for an isekai adjacent story. So this guy Calvin has to be named Calvin, of course. Kind of a piece of shit, violent tendencies. Plays this hack and slash video game as an outlet. Oh, video games fry your brain and make you violent. But the game has questionably sentient NPCs. Calvin dies of a caffeine overdose. I almost did that in college. Not really, but I was taking caffeine pills to get through music school. The game protagonist is suddenly AFK, and later on, Calvin's girlfriend joins the game to try to understand him better posthumously. Huh. Interesting. Oh, so like the NPCs remember him? That's kind of cool. Vending machine isekai exists. Ah, if we were villains. Yes, it was that book, Nikki. Um, it's an old sanitarium, not a castle. Oh, interesting. I thought it was a castle. Um, yeah, that book was like I read it. I don't know when I read it because like my sister had read it. I'm like, okay, I'll read it. It wasn't bad, but it was goofy. Because it was like theater kids. But yeah, the NPCs would remember him. That's kind of a really sick premise. Yeah, it could be like a mystery. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, he died of a caffeine overdose, but like, it'd be cool if there was a mystery in there. It seems like a cool premise for a mystery. Uh, yeah, my Google game is pretty strong if you ever need to find something out. Apparently, it is. Yeah, glad to have you as a mod here to sort of trust my lack of knowledge. On Discord, where do I post my courtroom drama? You go into the stream submissions forum within stream stuff. And then you can create a new post by clicking create a new post. And then you can either link to something, which you'll probably do because you're doing it at length, or you can put in text directly, which many people do with their poetry. At which point, I will read it and talk about it on a future stream. Because I do not have the brain power to do so today, because stream is over soon. Well, the brain power is not caused by the fact that stream is over soon. Stream being over soon is caused by the lack of brain power, which is caused by the 2 poems we've already read today, slash the length that I have been live. It was really impressive. My streams have been getting longer. I think it's because it's summer. I also the name Calvin is a reference to John Calvin of Calvinism. The story would have Calvinist / anti-Calvinist themes. Oh, interesting. Because, like, I like my names. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Wait, you wrote Nike, right? A bunch of new people. You wrote that? Yeah, that was you. Okay. Um, oh, should I read you the poem, my poem about Nike the God furry I should read that poem. I remember I said I was going to read it, and then I didn't. What was that called? When did I write that? Yeah, I'll share some poetry with y'all. Poetry. Poesis. I need to... Jeez, what was that called? Is it tagged I like this in Obsidian? Adam, are you watching between me and it's not Glory. Glory is about the bus. I write lots of poems about the bus. Did I... I should really remember what my poems are called. Oh, it's called White Nikes. Right, because it's about Nike. I've read this before on stream. Dude. Wombat. There's lots of overlap here. Obsidian is so based. Okay, wait. I'll share my screen so that y'all can read along, because I think that's probably useful. Hold on. I fucked shit up. I'm gonna switch to the other one, and then I need to like change some things because I have like my face disabled and my mic muted. Oh no, wait, that's the wrong one. Great Twitch streamer. Okay, wait, is that my mouth? Okay, now we can hear you. Yeah, I know. I was getting there. Does this sounds like me, right? Okay. That was great. That was really beautiful. Oh, look, it's my stream over here. But here's Obsidian. Um, that was really excellent. Here's White Nikes by me, as referenced last stream. White Nikes. I glimpse in her eyes a girl without a horizon. She never glances up from where she is planted, like her only place is standing in the sun. Those eyes cast down on her own shadow draped across her clean, white Nikes. I think I am looking at a god, armless, captured, in marble, pieces broken off. I am looking, mirror-like, back but not back again. We're gonna find your head. and I hold her, my hands on the cracked edge of her neck. History's ears aren't listening, but I'm sure I hear an echo, a desirous cry. To break open in God rays, fly to the horizon and plant her flag there and declare victory. I step up onto her shoes, waiting patiently for the radiant day that she pushes me back. White Nikes. Yeah. That's a little bit of my poetry. You Mac. Yeah, hey. I don't it's how it is, okay? I have a Mac. I've had it since I've had this computer for like 4 years now, okay? And when I was 18, I did not know like anything about computers. all I did genuinely was play the saxophone. I had nothing else in my life. I had no time, I thought, right? To learn how to use a computer. And I've been using Macs like my whole life. That being said, I would love to use Windows. I would love to use Linux, in fact. But I just don't know. And I don't have. So I guess I could put Linux on the Mac. It seems like a lot of work. I don't know. Yeah, I don't like Mac, but it's what I have. Brother, I am your tech guy. Ask me anything. Maybe at some point. Maybe I'll take you up on that. Big Sur question mark? Is that like my whatever current version I have? Mac OS Sonoma 14.8.3 is what my computer tells me. Yeah. Should I the latest? Yeah, it automatically updates. Does that mean all my data is getting stolen by Apple? It probably does, right? Proceeds to tooth clap. It's not weird if you don't ask about it. Yeah, I mean definitely. He's looking to the calendar glued on the ceiling. What? Yeah, I have a few up there. Little did you know. Maybe we're talking about penguins. I missed a lot of things while I was reading my poem. Most probably yes. Yeah. I mean, that's how it be. I actually love when corporations own me. That's something I really enjoy. So, no intention of switching. Yeah. You love my poem? Thank you, Nikki. I appreciate that. We basically in 1984, right? Yeah. I can expand. Okay, you can test out operating systems without having them touch your data if you'd like to know about it. I can test out operating. So why? I need to know first, why would I test another operating system? Like, not being combative. I'm like genuinely curious. What different operating systems, like how that impacts me as a user, yeah. Maybe that's like a really, really dumb question. Like I know that if I go on a Windows computer, the files are organized differently than on my Mac. That's about the only experience I've had of like the difference of like using a PC at school in a class in the computer lab versus like using a Mac, you know? Like everything else feels like it doesn't change anything. Um, to get a feel for it, to get used to it, to use that OS technology before actually wiping your laptop or storage to download the new OS. Yeah, but like, why would I want a new OS? You know, I feel like that's something I don't really understand, right? Um, you will own nothing and basically be happy about it, right? I mean, if I'm enlightened and I'm like, if I'm content with a detachment of material things, then have my data. I mean, it doesn't bother me, right? Uh, maybe it should more. Um, maybe I should, but I'm pretty content in life. Pretty content. If only you want to switch. If not, stay where you are. But no. But I don't. I'm like like I don't know anything about computers. Okay, Ozzy. So like, what does switching operating systems accomplish? You know, you know, like what can that change about my experience as a user of the internet, right? Accomplishes what my current OS, well, like what does my current OS lack? Mac, right? Okay, Mac can't do video games. So if I got, but like changing my version of Mac, like that wouldn't change anything. So I would need to run. I know people run Windows on Macs and they run Linux on Macs. So if I ran Linux, right, this is what we're getting at. If I ran Linux, I could play the new video game that just came out that my friend Josie keeps talking about, which I can't play because it's on Windows, and I forgot the name of the game, but it's the Disco Elysium like game. Hello, Real Talk channel. It makes you sound really real to have real in your name. Real talk. Real talk. Are you here to have some real talk? Are you here to real talk to me? We can have some real talk. Son, it's time for some real talk. No parades for dead spies. Yeah, thanks, Tim. It's time for some real talk. I don't know what I'm gonna real talk to you about, but as your father, I think we need to have a real conversation. I don't know what. I don't know what. I couldn't keep up the improv. We're 5 hours deep. The brain is not working that way. I will use real talk as necessary. Okay. What are the conditions that make real talk? I mean, we have real talk on stream. We talk about like philosophy and is philosophy real talk? Is that the least real talk? Like arguably it's like real talk because it's like heavy stuff as opposed to like small talk, which is small. But then like it's super not real, right? Oh, if you hear bad takes, you'll hit real talk. That makes sense, right? Um, I like that. I need more people in here to keep my horrible takes in check. Um, so can't wait for the real talk. Do I have two audio sources unmuted? I do. I don't think that was causing like echo or anything, but um, just want to mute that. Okay. Um, okay. Anyway, scrolling up. Not on Mac, but on non-Mac. However, you can install Linux on your Mac. So I should get Linux. And then so you're saying that there is a software or a something, Mr. Aussie, that I can test out Linux on my Mac and like see how it works without blowing up my computer. If so, I am interested. That sounds kind of cool because I'm scared of these things, and it sounds very complicated to put Linux on my computer as a basically as a dumb person. So, um, uh, though Mac does have the DAW logic, which is like not terrible redeeming quality. Well, I don't even use Logic. I use Ableton, right? Um, you may have to give some of your storage 10 to 20 gigabytes. I have like nothing on my computer, so that's fine. Um, Who needs an apple when you have a window? Toss a hook out to grapple to climb your way out of limbo. Who needs an apple when you have a window? Toss a hook out to grapple. That's a neat little thing. Neat little poesis. Right now you're kind of tired. There's a heat wave where you're at. How hot is your heat wave? I'm having like, I live in a very hot place, so there's like normal hot right now, which I think some people might call a heat wave. Like people might be like, whoa, that's like heat wave weather. I'm at 32 Celsius, so get fucked. Um, yeah, but 30 Celsius, that is hot. I cannot blame you for being kind of tired in that heat wavy weather. I am pretty tired in my normal hot late May Las Vegas weather. Um, well, I will go to New Mexico in August. Well, you'll be very close to the in proximity to the heat that I am experiencing. That's a bad time to go to New Mexico. Why? I mean, you don't have to tell me. I don't. Why are you going to New Mexico? But yeah, that's kind of a bad choice, I guess. But New Mexico is pretty dope. I've been to Santa Fe. Santa Fe was like a banger of a place. Santa Fe really cool. Um, Driven through the rest of it, Albuquerque, all of that. There's some really pretty desert in New Mexico in some of that drive, and I like pretty deserts. You're studying for a year. What are you studying? Uh, Lots of things to study in New Mexico, probably. um, so it takes 10 to 20 gigabytes for me to download the thing to test out Linux. I mean, like, I think I have at University of New Mexico. That's cool. I think I applied. I don't think I applied to UNM. I met their saxophone professor, um, I believe, but I don't think I ended up applying there to study. Yeah, I didn't apply. Um, you have to give your virtual OS 10 to 20 gigabytes. I see. So you allot 10 to 20 gigabytes to your virtual OS each time, and then the software itself is small. I see. Because you need to have storage to run your OS within your OS. I guess that makes sense. Well, I have gigabytes available, Aussie. Um, UNM. Uh, I'm looking forward to going there. I already found a friend who's helping me with some stuff. That's dope. Yeah, I mean, I think the desert is really cool. Um, the desert's very beautiful. I'm a big fan of the desert as a desert dweller. Uh, so, I mean, I can't say that you'll like it, right? Like sometimes we go to new places and they really suck. When I went to Michigan, I wanted to die. So there's that. VMware Fusion or VirtualBox. Dope. Well, maybe I'll look into that. Maybe I won't. You know? That's kind of how everything is, right? Could be, couldn't be, who knows, you know? You know? I don't. Nothing can be known, says Socrates, confidently as if knowing. What's with that? Maybe it's the only thing that can be known. Anyway, I'm just rambling. I'm really running out of steam, guys. So you prefer VirtualBox? Okay, dope. Well, then I will paste that one into my search bar, and leave it there, and maybe it will get revisited, and maybe it will rot. It'll be funny how people react. Where are you coming? Are you coming from a far away to New Mexico? Are you coming from a cold place? Well, I guess you're coming from a place with heat waves. It'll be funny how people react because my personality and look are very different. Like, are you like alt, or like, are you like heavily? Your look is very different. Are you like body modded? Are you like super like what is? Like that's like a very It's like a hook. It makes me want to know more. You know, you're like, yeah, I'm very different. I'm like, how? You know? No, no, not those things. Okay. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how diverse New Mexico is. I feel like university campuses always have people with varied looks. New Mexico at least has a sizable Hispanic population. Um, so it's not like the least diverse place in the world, probably. Um, I don't know that. I don't know much though. So I'm a football, politics, and horror nerd, but nobody would expect me to look how I look with that. Interesting. Um, I a horror nerd. That's cool. Do you write at all? I mean, I feel like you found your way into a writing Twitch stream, so maybe you do that. We talk about politics here sometimes, and I probably have takes you would think are bad because you're a politics nerd, and I'm just a casual politicker. Football, you use Celsius, which makes me think you might be talking about non-American football, but you know you're talking to an American, and we've been talking about New Mexico, so maybe you're geographically placing football within America, and then you're an American football nerd. Um, I like non-American football, as in soccer. You're from Germany. Gotcha. Um, from Germany. And your personality and look don't match being a football, politics, and horror nerd. Doesn't narrow it down much. Um, that's cool, though. I guess that's pretty hot for Germany, 30 Celsius. Um, the team that got my team relegated just got relegated. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's the revenge we need. Um, not that I can't say I follow German soccer myself. Sorry, football. um, yeah. TBH, most people, I think, would expect me to look like a guy. Ah, so you don't look like a guy. I love how we're like teasing this out. We're like, so you probably don't look like a guy. You probably, I don't think German is enough to say much about look, although like probably like light skinned, but maybe not. Um, like it's not even a generalization one can make. Um, like what is looks German, you know? Like if you say like blonde hair, blue eyed, then you're like fucked up. Like you probably shouldn't say that about German people, because that's not. I don't think I can say that, you know. Um, I don't know. um. Anyway, uh, but are you? Right? Yeah. Don't look like a guy, but maybe you are. Yeah. Maybe you're a. Are you a femboy? Is that what we're getting at? If so, hell yeah. Keep rocking it, brother. um. Yeah. If it's a femboy, I'm locked in. um. You just use he, she. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Um, so bigender. Hell yeah. Dude, the ad's about to start. That's fucked up. And I'm still talking. Okay, I currently have Metamorphosis the Trial in my checkout. Any last minute recommendations? There's room for one more book. By the Tao. By the Tao. I like this translation. The Fog Frog. But it's Eastern philosophy, so it's very different. I think we should always balance our Western philosophy with Eastern philosophy because, okay, Ibn Battuta. Okay, so yeah, we can balance with some Middle Eastern. I presume that's Golden Age Islamic, like you were talking about earlier. Got on E like 10 months ago. Congrats. Hell yeah. I got on E and then I stopped. Oh, we're in an ad. We're in an ad. We're in an ad. Ah. I hate it. I didn't want the ad to happen. Um, I'm not gonna take a break. I've I like talking. I like talking. I like talking. And then like Twitch has these like, and then I'm like, I want to end stream, but there are people talking, and I'm like holding myself hostage because I like talking to chat. That's fucked up. You can hear me, Real Talk channel. Yeah, I guess some of you leave if you want. No, 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 no. I'm sort of joking, right? We don't give a shit. I know that you don't give a shit. Um, but no, it's sort of the internal uh, the internal play of forces where some of me enjoys talking to people, right? And sort of talking to people just in chat is very easy, right? I don't have to think very much. So I can just kind of sit and do this, right? And I don't actually have anywhere to be um, or anything to do, really. So it's not really an issue. It's just so it annoys me that the ad break comes up because I like was like I'm gonna end the stream before the ad break, but then I was in the middle of the sentence and the ad came. I'm like, now I need to like finish that part. You know, I don't know what I'm saying. um, or Ghazali. I know these names. Even Batuta and Ghazali. But I don't. I haven't really read them. I just recently got. Uh, I just recently got 2 books of Khalil Gibran. I think he's much more recent. I don't. When did Khalil Gibran write? He's definitely more modern, right? Copyright 1965. I don't know if that's for the translation though. I have no idea when this guy wrote. This is like my 1 book, my 2 books of Middle Eastern literature. I have a Quran. That's about it. Yeah, I'm kind of lacking in that department. Um. Anyway, that's sick. You read it. I've not read the Gibran yet. Or the Quran. Covered. Okay, the Quran. I have like flipped through parts of it. I have not read the whole Quran. Um, I like for a while was really like hyping myself up to read it, and then I got really annoyed at religion generally and like the notion of belief. Um, I mean, I would really like I want to read it from like a historical context perspective to help me understand reading poetry that comes from like a you know Islamic cultural tradition. Um, but no, I don't know enough about any of it. It's a sick book. I'm sure it is. There are like at least 1 billion people who really really like that book, right? Um. Anyway, we're like definitely back from the ad, so um, that's cool. Oh, anyway, real talk. You were saying you got on E like 10 months ago. I uh, I was on estrogen for 2 years. Um, I think basically 2 years. And then I stopped. I stopped my estrogen. I was also on Spiro, the anti-testosterone. I stopped in December, so I've been off it for like 6 months, basically. Um, but yeah, that's super cool. I definitely just I don't care about gender anymore, basically, for myself. It has knowledge of what the scientists discovered in the 1800s and 90s or 900s. Yeah, I mean, I feel like yeah, I think there's a lot of interesting knowledge in like old sort of sacred texts, right? Like there's some really compelling philosophy of like really old like Buddhist and Hindu texts, right? Um, and um, all of that stuff. Like a fresh slash salt split sea. Oh, gotcha. 1400 years ago. Crazy. Yeah. I think it's really cool to see that stuff. I think there is like a, yeah. I think traditional knowledge, and like that kind of stuff is compelling. E's not for everyone. Nice that you're on whatever makes you happy. Yeah, not taking any pills makes me happy. Uh, E sort of fell after I stopped my antipsychotics and anti depressants, and then I'm like, I really just don't want to be taking any pills, you know. Um, for me, it was kind of funny. I have a personality which I mostly relate to guys, but I was like, I want to see myself looking like a woman in the mirror, and it makes me happy. Hell yeah. Then like, live your truth or whatever. I think that's dope. Uh, yeah, that's cool. I stopped. Well, I was on pills originally, and then I switched to injections, and I was like injecting myself with estrogen for a while, and then I really didn't like injecting myself. So then I probably pretty much just stopped because I didn't like the injections and I didn't like the idea of pills. So I'm like, I was just like done. I've gotten femboy, tomboy, gender fluid, non-binary, and bigender. I bet that's very affirming, given that you said you were bigender earlier, um, to get the full spectrum of things. Um, I think like I address femmes sometimes still, and at that point, like I don't think femboy is like an incorrect word, or cross-dressing, but I don't like call myself a man or a woman. I don't call myself non-binary. I'm just here, you know. Um, so yeah, you're gonna head out. Have a good one, Aussie Waldy. Excited for tomorrow if you're streaming. I am streaming on Wednesday. I stream on Monday and Wednesday and Saturday, and uh, probably should stream more often. I've been thinking about it. To be fair, I funnily never vibed much with non-binary. Yeah, I don't like words, you know, as a poet. I don't like the label things really. Where it's like I just don't want to put a name on it because I don't like engaging with like societal gendered things. I was just like I like some guys and some girl things and like the opportunity to be both. Hell yeah, I think that's super reasonable. Um, yeah, it was bad for me when I first transitioned and was I was like I'm a trans woman, right? And then I felt like the social pressures to be a woman, and that did not do me well mentally because it was just as bad as like the social pressures to be a man. It was just different. Plus, more people look at you weird, and I'm like, well, this doesn't work, so I'm not that anymore. But I'm not gonna go back and sort of subjugate myself to the social structure of manhood. Um, so I'm floating aimlessly, is where I would put myself. But I've just sort of been I'm a gender outcast or something. I'm pretty outcasted from most like the social constructs, I guess. Um, it's the same with sexuality. I don't know. I, I deny the fact that I have free will. I also feel social pressure. But worst case, I mansplain why I look like a woman. That's really funny though. um, getting mansplained. Yeah, that's dope. Um, okay. I hit the wall. I hit the absolute wall. The wall has happened behind my eyes. So it's time to end stream. The wall is here. Inside. Life would be so much easier if you stopped gendering things. Heck yeah. And on that note, thanks for the stream. Thanks for coming in, Real Talk channel. Uh, thanks, Nikki. Thanks for those who submitted poetry who have all left stream by now, probably. Thanks for everyone who stuck around and tuned in and hung out and hung out. That's kind of fun. In, out, showed up. I don't know, like sat down. I don't know how many prepositions I can use to describe showing up to stream. But that being said, thank you for watching. Keep making art that you love. And keep finding beauty in a world of things in which all can be vessels of beauty. Get out.